Okay, here we go. 3, 2, 1. I already need the fan on. I won't put it on just yet though. Try and control it. Should remember this run. It might be rusty, but I should remember the general pieces of it all. Overshot a little, but got a 5. Up, step in if we okay. +5. Could still get the early flow. Not anymore. Unless it's an AUK drop. Okay, Mr. Bowden. Okay, no dash. Yeah. Here we go, here we go, here we go. Fucking hell, alright. Oops. It would have been better if I didn't face tank both of them. But I digress. Not the dick. I'm not face tanking dick today. Or any other day, actually, now I think about it. Try again. I was going to keep it to a no reset one until I fucking face planted both of the red balls. Face plant 2 red balls and all you get is, oh, the dick! That's a weird combination. Two hearts, but I'll go. Makes sense. Must have been delayed on my side then. Either that or I just chose to see it the other way because, I don't know, why not? It's usually how it goes. Got a pipe ball though. That could help for extra cash. Needs the cash flow similar. And then we get a dash. Okay, well, one dash straight red is actually fine. There we go. Much better. 201 for the split. I've been back palleted. Right. Doesn't mean anything, just looks weird. Oh shit. Twitchy thumb. You're a trap tube. It's a shame I'm not in practice for the 201 start. That's sub 50 potential. Yeah, cackle that. Yeah, gotta get a little bit of risky loot out on there. Oh. I was sluggish on the fucking quick now. Yeah, Jesus. From, wake up. Safety save. Hey, Pyro, how you doing? Welcome. You'll be good. The warm-up run. That works. So, let me guess, who would pipe more Monster Milk? As it is the warm-up run, just to be a dick? No? Okay. Oh no, Scarecrow's a traditional. Flare. 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 No. Oh, you're back on Risky's Revenge, are you? Oh. Yeah, best of luck, man. Oh. Almost didn't work. Yeah, so I just got to practice the double frame perfect trick, that's all. At least you skipped most of the game with her. Yeah, so firewall double jump. If I remember rightly, jump at the right height, turn, and you fire off the firewall, then turn. And then it's just timing the jump. Then it's the monkey block. We'll see. I mean, I haven't been on this one for a while. I mean, the intention was to come back to it this year anyway, for part of my 10th year, but of course, plans probably going to be a bit on the change at the moment, I would say. Oh, yeah. Oh. Jeebus. Yeah. Yeah, if you've been absent from a run for that kind of length of time, then yeah, it will be. It'll be one of them. Nothing. Wow, double nothing. Money. Bloody hell, game. I mean, okay, this is what I'd always expected of them, but still. Nice quick door. Yeah, I mean, granted, this wasn't by much. simply because of my plan throughout the year was I get back to each of the Shantae games, as I said a bit earlier, in preparation for my 10 years of running the game or running the series. And I was planning on doing several sessions throughout the month of October, November time, so on and so forth. That was the idea anyway. So that it would have been coming back before long. Oh. No, it's just obviously more of a case of just trying to hopefully be in at least a good enough mind space to be able to be wanting to stream this. And to be fair, I was pretty much sat in front of the game for about a good 20 minutes before I even set up the stream parameters for the console. Then at least another 5-10 minutes before I actually was willing to hit go. Followed by another 5 minutes before I even put the mic on to even start talking. Oh wow, I got the cut. Nice time save. Yeah, GB's Risky Revolution is going to be a weird play now. It'll be the first Shantae game where one of the main people I work along with is not going to be around me. I mean, it's already weird enough that I've not seen his name pop up yet. Here's hoping though. I mean, I'm still denial. I ain't gonna lie. Boom. It's a pretty okay pace so far. I mean, it's actually a decent pace. A few hiccups here, but in general, decent. I know that all too well. Oops. Yeah, I know that all too well. Still sucks either way. Oh. The money. Oof, I thought I just shot that. Shit. Thought I was gonna go fucking down in the pit. Get in. There you go. Milk me. Milk me. No. No milk. Two, three, four, five, six, and dead. Oh, bubble shot, nice. I mean, why not? Sure. Get protection, face planted crab. I mean, that's how it works. Stop. There we go. It takes two, baby. Oh. Then not saying I'll end up killing, blowing in drums out. Sorry, my wording is fucking terrible. My apologies. 12:44 for split. Fucking, if you thought it was not possible for my brain to not be able to think properly on a normal basis, guess again. It gets worse. Fun fact, it was that first boss kill that basically got me hooked into even looking at this game for as a run. It was just kind of like a watch the run that got me into it. You know, watch it was like, this is pretty interesting so far, but it was that first kill that was like, oh, I'm gonna like this. Baba Sidoa. Okay. Okie doke. Well, apologies in advance. This one's for you, brother. This one's for you. We are not fucking doing it. Fuck it. Time, 14:37. Mud Bog's an interesting section. Okay, I don't know if Phantom is sort of laughing or happy about what I just did, or if I've just angered the beast. But yeah, so this was the only other thing I knew I was going to do with the first opening run. He didn't like this section just as much as I fucking didn't, so that one's for you. I'll give you one. And yeah, I mean, this is something that we ended up dubbing as True Percent. I can't remember exactly how it all went in terms of, you know, how this idea became a thing, when it was just like, you just do the run up until run and then you force a crash. Because we don't want to do it. There's literally every single category you have to do a run. It's a given. You don't have a fucking choice. So we created True Percent, where we just don't. We just soft lock. So yeah, second best version. Oh no, this is the real one. This is the one that we all want. And that will conclude the first run of the day. Yeah, for sure, that would have been nice. Yeah. I will not do that again for the rest of the session. I will at least do runs now, but yeah, that was the only thing I kind of I knew I was going to do, just because I thought that's a nice way to open up an homage. Here you go, buddy. We're not doing it. Fuck it. Alright, so As I mentioned at the start, part of this isn't just for me. It's not just about doing this game, doing this run, the most common run that he ran. When it comes to this game, I did say between runs, I'm likely going to reminisce a little. Of course, feel free to join in with your own. I mean, to be fair, I'm not the best talker, so bear with me, is all I can really say. So I guess best just start where it all began, really. So the introduction to the guy himself, as you probably gathered, it was quite simple. He was one of three people who first came across me when I first streamed, which is an oddity because I didn't have a channel of my own at that point. I was just convinced by a personal friend of mine, who I will shout out now, Scorf. Some people know who Scorf is. He's a personal friend of mine here, literally where I live. The thanks to him is simply because he's kind of the catalyst that started everything for me. If it weren't for him convincing me to even stream on his channel to begin with, I never would have met him. I never would have met Norin. I never would have met the community. I don't think I would have been a Shantae speedrunner throughout this length of period of time to even have these kind of memories to even live with. So I have to at least be thankful on that part. Yeah, introductory. Most of my connection with him in the early days was simply through the stream once a week before I had any means to Discord. As I spoke of this with Trent yesterday, actually found that I think I joined his Discord. I didn't have Discord till some point late 2016. I didn't join until like January of 2017, literally weeks before people saw my face for the first time, which is a memory in of itself. So it took a bit of time before I had the access to it. So it was mainly just through streaming aspects, and easily probably one of the most dedicated viewers I had back then. Obviously, at that time I didn't really see things that I didn't think it was ever going to blow up like this. But anyway, just rolling back a little bit. Things started basically off like that. And just, it obviously blossomed in. Nori, Trent, Eska were the first three I got to know. At least from within the community, and it's led to more things. To more people I met, like Moni, Kid, New Baghdad Chap, Shentok. I think I'm kind of thinking of like three different stories at once here, because I feel like I'm jumping ahead in certain parts. I told you I'm not a good talker. Jesus. Sorry. Apparently I found something funny. That's very much true. We spoke about the early days as well before now. He started about 2 months before myself. And we both got into the run from Sound Defense's run in SGQ 2015. That was what started it, effectively. From my personal aspects, I was recommended the series by my brother. I had no idea what a Shantae was back then. I picked up the game, eventually played it, unlocked Pirate Mode, and thought that would be an interesting speedrun. But I've got other things I want to play right now, so I left it. Once I was done with that, I just started watching speedruns in general. I happened to come across that one. And as they say, the rest is history, and everything goes from there. But back then, he was probably the only other person who was regularly running the game, alongside myself, but he was a normal mode runner. I don't know how many people knew his beginnings in this game, if you weren't around back in the day, but he was an adamant normal mode runner. He did not want to go near pirate mode for quite a while. And there may have been some stubbornness, but most certainly not like your run is bad kind of thing. That was just what he preferred. And it's just his dedication to the run in general, to the game, the series, is what got me to eventually go, you know what, I'm going to try to run for myself. He obviously says something in this, maybe there's something more here than I realise, and I still prefer Pirate Mode. But it was most certainly a better run than I gave it credit for. And then eventually he finally jumped over to Pirate Mode, and it turns out he didn't look back over. Obviously from there on it just, well, you know, as I put in the title, he's a brother in arms to me. I mean, he's a brother and all, to be fair. We're like, well, obviously felt like family for the longest time nowadays. And most certainly my partner in this, easily one of my main partners in this series as it obviously went on. Well, I mean, obviously, eventually I got into Discord, and I think it was Trent who got me to eventually jump into the Discord and jump into voice calls with them. Because I would, believe it or not, for my kind of personality, I'm a very shy individual if I don't know you. So it took ages before they finally got me to jump in. And I'm so glad they did, because, well, I've got another family in of itself in that group with him at the helm. I mean, there's no secret or no misunderstanding as to why, even in the jokey world much later on, where there's a little Shantae family where for some reason I'm one parent, Jake's my son, Nori is my parent, my father to grandson to him. It started off as a joke, but it kind of became its own thing. You know, I respected the man like I would respect the father, even though he weren't that much older than myself. And Jake was, at the time, was new coming in, kind of new, I think, around the time 2019, that I kind of called him the son, and then it just went from there. Alright, so I think I'll better stop that there, because as I've said, I'm jumping. Unfortunately, I don't know what exactly I plan in my mind. I just go. So I started from the beginning, and then I kind of jumped ahead like 3-4 years. Flashback. So I'll stop there. We'll see where the conversation goes when we get the next run. So the first actual run of this game. But yeah, so too many connections to someone, not just, you know, he's not just a fellow speedrunner to me. That's a lot of where the story began, a lot of the story and the history began, but carried on to something more as we went on. Okay, save. Somebody get me a guy in a green robe. I need to save there so I can pick it up later. Otherwise, I'm just like a speedrun. I'm just not going to save, and we're just going to keep going until I cross that fucking line. Sorry. All right, let's do an actual. I mean, we're nearly 40 minutes into the session. I've not even completed a run of actual categories. So, but yeah, it's just kind of get the rambles on. Not then just for me. It's just, as I say, this is more of a in memory of things. So, just felt like it was a good thing to do as well, to be able to share my experiences. And as I say, anyone that's got experiences, feel free to share yourself. And I'll repeat myself all the time here because I don't remember what the fuck I'm talking about. Anything I don't pick up on at the time whilst I'm mid-run, I will pick it up at some point during. As I say, I've got a separate chat board open up on the laptop so I can reverse it back. So let's go to the run. 3, 2, 1, and crack on. And I need the fan on. If you hear the fan, my apologies. If it becomes too much of a hassle, please let me know, and I'll look to re-angle it or something. I don't want it to disturb the session too much. Unfortunately, I'm overweight and I'm terrible with heat. Right. Well, we had a 201 start last time, so this is not going to be an easy opener. time-wise. Good gems though, that's very good gems. High probability of getting the early flare opener. No guarantees still, can still troll you, believe it or not. Jump there, sky. More gems. Oh yeah, I need one gem. I was waiting for it to just go, nope. That would be typical Pyrus Curse. Right. Where are we going, Ammo? We're charging. Right. We're going for 2. Okay, 2. Straight red. 218. Terrible start. But considering the stunts I pulled off, I have no intention of resetting, and I don't really want to reset throughout the session. I know I did once at the start because of just embarrassment, but nah, we got the flare. Sorry, we got the early flare potential, so it will that will probably put it as though we got a standard like 205 around the mark. Yeah, I remember that. I do remember that because I think I gave you some stick, not for putting one up on the board, but for being like, you keep talking about wanting to run this game. Are you actually going to do one or what? I do remember that starting with him. Like, come on, my guy, get up there. I would probably say you wouldn't need to feel obligated to do it just because. If you want to do it, go for it. And that was the kind of man he always was. That's something I can guarantee. It's no, I mean, even as I say, it just feels weird not seeing his name pop up. He was like that with everyone, pretty much. He was one of the first in, he's always one of the first to be willing to offer any information, any insight, any advice to any game or run. That's just how that was just the kind of man he was. That's why it's fucking annoying that life decides to be a cock and take someone away that doesn't deserve to be taken. You both want to and need to. I mean, fair. I mean, to be fair, I mean, I can't exactly say much. I mean, I weren't too sure if I was going to be able to do a session of this anytime yet. Just because it just doesn't feel right in the sense of I don't really know how to word it, but it just doesn't feel the same right now, and it just feels like a too soon thing. But at the same time, I want to pay my respects. He deserves at least that. I'm not just saying like from me per se, but he deserves to have respects paid in any sense, whatever that means to the individual. So yeah, that was like, well, if I don't do it today now, I don't think I'm going to get to it at least for another week or so. I did not want to leave it that long. Okay, good. Flash pops. Oh shit. Well, I'm glad he was able to help you. For sure. Yeah, I mean, I'd love to have met the man myself. I wish I did. Wish pulled the trigger at some point. So I'm not exactly. I mean, I could deal with planes maybe on shorter trips, so to speak, but a big trip like that, just well, I had my own mental issues that released around the time for a while. So anything was sort of a struggle to be willing to do, like, oh, what if this happens, what if that happens, and I always kept talking myself out of it for the longest time. Unfortunately, a bit late, but to be fairly honest, it probably would have still been a few more years before the trigger would have been pulled, if it even would have been pulled to begin with. But it is one of those things that I wish I had the opportunity to do, but you know, I've got to hang out with him for the last 10 years, so I can't really complain. Seriously, Orcs, why do you not have anything? What am I doing? I've got a flare. I'm so fucking blanking on the brain. Damn you, fantasy moments. You make me seem dumb. Actually, I'm dumb anyway. What does that matter? Sorry. GG. Yeah. Very much a GG. Completely remember my cash flow position though, for sure. How you doing, Roger? So welcome. Hope you're good. I mean, I'm bearing enough. I mean, I can bring myself to have some energy here and there to be sort of like old school, like good place cheery, but it's a bit of a struggle overall. Oh, bubble shot, nice. But as I mean, it's still fresh, so it's kind of one of them. I don't think it's completely hit me. I've already said to a few people that I still think I'm in denial. I'm still waiting for him to join the chat, even now. But the only way I can explain it at the moment, at least the last 2 days, it's been, I think I'm in denial, but my mind and my body both know something isn't right with that. That's where I feel as I'm at. I'm at least happy that I'm able to get myself in an okay enough place to be able to do this particular stream, because I want to pay my respects. Kind of thing, at least in the one way that I know how, or know how to in this scenario. You know, this was his main game. This became his main category. As I said earlier, fun fact, it was not his starting category. His main category for the longest time was 100% normal. And it's what got me to give that particular run a go. And at some point I will return to the category, just out of memories at this point. Oh Jesus, fuck. Spike! Yeah. Just a bit. I mean, I know I'm not the only one in this position. The community as a whole is obviously feeling it all around, not just the Shantae community. He's had an impact in a lot of fields. But I mean, there've been for us, I mean, there's several people that, like me, was in voice calls with him on a regular basis for the past 10 years plus, at least the last 10 years. So, you know, to us, he was family. He was a brother, so it's going to be everyone will deal with things in their own way, but we'll get there. Life is what it is. It's always going to be a cock. Whoops. How you doing, Medtez? Welcome, hope you're good. So we'll get to that chat that message in a moment. I do have a different chat board up for the purposes of being able to keep up with chat better for this session. Just grab the key first. I mean, yeah, no, I appreciate it. Everyone's dealing with it in their own ways. I mean, I know that, but I don't tend to do well with things like this. But other side, I'll get there. But I'm also, I'm still going to be in voice call for like Nori's stream in his their Discord. So. I say anyone else who is there or whatnot, or even if they're not there, they've got any connection to me on Discord. You know, I'm happy to be there for others as well in regards to this. Regardless of how I feel in general, I also don't want it to be where I'm completely locked out. You know, we're all going through it. He meant a lot to a lot of people, so. I will do my best to make myself accessible if anybody ever needs it. But for now, at least as a first step forward of, as I pay my respects and memories, I've got to do this session. For definite. I expect it to give me the Nori flare once, or I'm going to burn my console. No. I expect it once. Okay, good. 12.50 for the split. The flare start, that's not great, but it'll do. I mean, I did buy the flare, I did forget to use it, and I did have a bad start, so. It is appreciated, Pyro. I know I'll be around anyway, so. There's a lot of us there for a lot of us. At the moment, my body feels neutral on a lot of things, as I say, because I still think I'm just denying a number of things about it. Which makes no logical sense. Why am I doing a memorial if I don't think it's happened? Well, yeah, I was about to say is that we know how important he was to a lot of people. So we're there for each other, because we're at least with us people like myself, Moni, and Trent. We're pretty much family with him and with each other, and so we're there to help each other through. But we're also there for anyone else who either needs or would like the company. Because we know there's more than just a handful of people. Kind of a lead by example, and that's probably one of the best. I mean, probably the best kind of tribute that we could do for him is live by his example. Kind of be there to help one another, and I wasn't planning on saying something like that, but that just actually felt quite fitting. And unfortunately, Run is about to ruin the mood. Go ahead, Phantom, say it. We've still got to continue. We've got to keep it going. We know I'm waiting for it. Say it. Say it. Say it. Sorry. No? There it is. Where's Pop? Where's Pop? What the fuck? So you're getting tongue now because you distracted me. Supposed to be best part, damn it. But yeah, no, Pyro, that's, it is one. I mean, several people have jumped in that we don't see very often, to be fair, but that's not the point. The door's always been open for anyone in that Discord to join us on any given night. And so too it shall remain open. How you doing, Dean, by the way? Welcome, hope you're good. Wow, I'm so sluggish I got hit by that. That's not good. Damn you, Filsies! Blaming human emotion! It's Rooney with my robotic circus to speedrun, damn it! No. Sorry. I guess I've still got to try and throw some silly humour out there. Getting toned, indeed. Getting toned. Bloody tongues. I'll catch up with chat in a sec. I'm getting my ass chewed up now. How you doing, Schnarfy? Welcome. Hope you're good. Yeah, appreciate it, bud. That's what we're here to pay our respect. Well, I'm here to pay my respects, so yeah, no, just everyone. Hopefully, this. I don't know. I can't pick up words right now. Sorry. I will figure out what I'm talking about. Thank you. Thank you. Sadly enough, I think I'm not 100% on this, but I think that was also Nori who started that off about the whole robot aspect. Oh Jesus! I didn't think I was going to make that jump. Oh my God! I don't know the timings of things. Yeah, I think it was either Nori or Trent that started that. I can't remember for sure. Basically, just in serious, like, yeah, you may have to do this because you're a robot. No, I'm fucking not a robot. I'm a fucking grown man pretending to be an overweight bird, which makes less sense now I think about it. Yeah, I will have to have a moment. Once I get to the end of Run, I'll catch up with what I can see on the chat. Kissy bot. Guys, you're not open. That's a lot of that's a lot of Stevens. Yeah, I say not going for the hop is going to affect the cycles here a little bit. Oh, she's a fox. How you doing, Hover? Welcome, hope you're good. Yeah, we're just about to finish up in this section. Okay, I can catch up a little bit now. He's the Kakabat. Yeah, it's understandable, dude. I mean, to be fair, I'm not the most emotional person in the world, to be honest. 1934 for the split. I mean, even I rarely, well, at least a year, like years ago, I rarely shed anything. I mean, there was a point where I didn't really feel too human at times. Now we're back to the robot thing. But, you know, I guess as I got older, I feel a little more, but I'm still not exactly the most emotional person. I mean, even now, I mean, internally, this is actually, it may not sound like it, but internally, this is kind of, I mean, I suppose the shrivel thing makes sense of how I feel internally right now. But I've had a few moments since it broke where I got a little bit hit and miss. Some of the things I've seen people post when we broke the news to the Shantae community, seeing the instant response and how much he meant to people, that got me going as well. So it just shows, to me, that proved that he meant a lot more than he ever believed he ever did, which I already knew that, but it was nice to just see it. Oh, I got squished. pretty much any time I've responded to anyone else with me trying to express how I felt in the moment was a bit of a struggle. I mean, hell, even messaging you the other night, it took me, I got halfway in and I had to stop for a moment because I started going off on one button. So it can happen, it's just not often. Oh, hello, Super Pipe Ball. Oh, where's the flare? One more time. I needed 3 cannons for that. Let that just be a note. Fucking hell. Da-na-na-na. Okay, so good old Spider. We let you have your fun last time. Yeah, no worries, Pyro. Take care of yourself, man. And yeah, if I'm still streaming by that point, by all means, come on back in. And take care, man. Oh. Striking too low. Wow. I'm losing my rhythm. 23:05 for the split. Alright, spiderweb done. Get rid of that shit. I mean, I'll be back later, but get rid of that shit for now. Let's go turn line.
Ready.
Apparently I need the fan on. Still. Just some milk. Just a little bit of milk. Just another bit of milk. Well, thank you, green cacti. Oh, forgot to change hand position. Wow, this is bad. Hand position for the shuffle was terrible. Okay, that was just a legit brain fart. Forgot which direction I was going. I'm not too sure what item setup I'm going for here. It's 5 players traditionally, which is 140. I have a bubble, so I don't technically need another bubble. So this, from a speed position, would either be safety bubble to guarantee myself set up for steel maggot as well, or it will be potions for animation skips, which is the main time saver. For no bounds run, at least when you've got the spare change, unless you've got enough to get like an extra milk or an extra zip of light ball, then there's always those options. But for pure speed, not that I know of. Try that. Is that better? How about now? Are we good? I just realised I've got the laptop open. I can just bump the volume up on the preview stream to find out. I just realised I've got the laptop open. Okay, let's turn the volume back down now. Yeah, to be fair, I mean, this is an earpiece I've had for absolutely ages plugged into a controller. So... Oh, is it too loud now? What the fuck? Oh, no, no. 4 girls, 1 rope. 30:51. Let's put the fan back on, that might work. Yeah, to be fair, the double was I broke because I got the laptop open as well for backlogging the chat. Obviously, given the nature. So yeah, no, I just clicked. So when I was like, oh no, I just turned the volume up on the preview stream. Now it's turned back down. You should be fine. Other than the fan blowing, which hopefully isn't causing too much of an issue, because it's for some reason even speed running a video game is exercise to me. Fucking hurts. Okay, good position. Just 2 milks, really. That's all I really need. 1 soup, 1 super minimum, and then the rest should be fine. No momentumless. Da 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 da. Okay. Not bad. Wow. Okay, well, I mean, I've got enough to work with, but an extra milk would be nice. Too quick. Squid time, I think. Yes, hey Squid Man. Nice. Head bobbing. Yeah, I can actually see the emotes that move. I can actually see them now. Bum. It's actually very annoying that emote's head bobbing is actually in perfect fucking sync. At least on my end it is. Okay, 3402. Not the best of times, but this should still be like a 52 to 53 range. Which, first run in a while. Not surprised at that, so that's fine. It is. But it literally, the music obviously the music everyone hears in time is obviously going to be different to what I'm hearing. But it literally was, as I was hearing the music and as it was bobbing, it was literally perfect rhythm. It was like, for fuck's sake. Okay, Mudbug time. But first, yeah, without really going out my way for any additional gems, 65 is about right. Dun, 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 dun. And back to the box. Probably shouldn't word it that way, because we're saying British terminology. If we're saying off to the bog, that means we're going to the toilet. So yep, off for shit. See you later. One more milk, but I don't need to beetle it. I think it's safe for me to make a wolf, to go for the wolf hits. I don't need the super milk specifically for Dagron or Dagron. And I'm only 10 shy of a super milk purchase from the shop if that is needed. Oh, never mind, I killed one anyway. If that had been a milk, that would have been hilarious. It might have been, but we never saw it. I see. Yeah, we have weird ways of mentioning things. Like over here, another term for a cigarette would be a fag. Or if you'd like to have a smoke from someone else, or have something from someone else, like borrowing something, you can always say, can I bum one off you? And no, that's not meant to be a bad slur, unfortunately. Saying something like not asking to bum one off them is to basically asking if you can have one. British language is really fucking stupid sometimes. Yeah, I didn't forget the green coin, thank fuck for that. Just a one-off. Yeah. Just get a one. Yeah, unfortunately, whenever anyone uses that term, just a one-off, it usually doesn't mean that. It usually means they use that to get what they want, and then they'll ask you again in a few weeks' time. Weirdly enough. Hey, lava boss. I don't know why I'm doing this. I mean, I know why I went for the first one there, because that's a momentumless boots that does save time, but if you don't get it, obviously it's bad. But I know that was one of the rare boots that Nori went for, so I just had to go for it. Oh, zipped up again. Sounds about right, yeah. Simply put, the British, we are weird and, well, we're dicks in all fairness. Not all of us are, well, you said tails. Not all of us are, thankfully, but there's a good amount. $38.13. Gamers do their thing. It's always... well, it's always shit, to be fair. Toxic gamer. What are you doing with Red Gamer? The Red Gamer is the biggest dick of them all. Ha ha. Ba, 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 ba. Ba. Oubliette of suffering. Well, we're in the right place. Let me go kill a Dagron. Dagron. The misspelled guy. Ow. To be fair, I could have just gone Super Pipe Ball and I would have had enough to deal with the last fights, but I'd rather have it for something a little bit stronger, so we'll go Wolves. If not, we'll be pretty much set for shop. Not bad. Good fight. 40-26.
Tinkerbats. Oh yeah.
Alright, you've got a lost soul. Yes. Maybe you and me, I'm not the only one. Well, it's weird how you overthink or how you see things in the game differently
Pirate flare activated.
when circumstances have changed. And unfortunately, I can't help my brain thinking like that. This is one of those moments where I really want Rotti to make a reality happen. Oh dear, brain cells, stop it. Stop it. Naughty.
Red to go.
Fuck you, Bonnie, we don't need your bullshit. I'll take a milk now. Oh, that's a shame. Fuck you, Bonnie, indeed. And now we course over. And now we kill more. Oh, well, that's a super pike. It's not the milk, though. Poor puppy. No, it's Barney. Barney always dies. Does not deserve... Especially when it doesn't give me items. Last chance? Okay, looks like I'm shopping for the last milk. Oh, hello. Alright, propeller. One, two, and a done. Spike down. Delayed entry. Oh, too much of a delay on the entry. I didn't even get my charge. Yeah, do have the auto potion. I could have gone for the jump there. The APJ. Originally discovered by Trent. Whilst we were in the middle of the first tournament of this game. As we worship the Bolo. Yeah, it was an interesting night. Unfortunately, it was one of them tricks where it was impressive, but the reality of the time save is unfortunately not worth. If I remember rightly, it was 4 to 5 seconds it saved when you account for everything. But you could do an animation skip with it for the same type of time. Although it is still an extra, it is technically the fastest way to go because you'd get RNG to give you all the other items. So you could do the APJ for the extra time save, but on an average run, not so much. But it is still technically, it is definitely faster. Overall, if everything else aligns. Hey Shantok, welcome, hope you're good. Wait. What don't work? I think I missed something. Oh, hold on. Oops. Meant to jump. Oh, no, 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 no. This is unacceptable. Oh, yeah. Okay, that makes more sense.
Flare activated.
Kind of nutbuster I overshot. No, you're good. It was just, unfortunately, it's me, and you know I'm thick as shit. So, unfortunately, my stupidity kind of forgot. But yeah, I do recall that now. It's just like, please don't work, please don't work, please don't work. Oh fuck, it works. Well, shit. Thank you for adding that to the belt. Unfortunately, I can't give it too much shit because when it was first done, a number of us did practice it, and I did get it in a tournament race. So I can't really say much. Of course, you're not sorry. You're the king of frame perfect bollocks, so that's nothing new to me. How you doing, Trent? Welcome. Hope you're good. Oh, better jump. Everyone's hanging. Everyone's meeting again. Shouldn't be too surprised by that. Gonna say, did you not see him in anything separate Fallen related? Granted, he had smaller roles than them, but still. I think I got an extra bubble shot for this.
Bubble ball. Super monster milk.
There we go. Not in a while. Fair enough. Okay, Maggot. What am I doing? I'm not even using the bubble to its most effectiveness. Well, that worked out. Beautiful. $49.22. So that should be somewhere 53 range, I think this is looking at. Fucking hell. Saw the emoted version of that and freaked out. Like, what the fuck is that flailing around? Is that a pay? No, it's an arm. Okay. Jeannie, how you doing? Welcome. Hope you're good, bud. Just in time for the end of the... Well, this is the first run of this. Technically, it's the second run of the session. Because I did decide to... do Nori a favour, and at the well, I already knew I was going to do it, but I was playing the run as I normally would, and then decided to do the good old true percent ending by soft locking at run, so he didn't have to at least witness that happening for the first run back. But no, I hope you're doing alright, bud. Pirate Master, go! Yeah, let's go take on Pirate Master. Let's go kick his butt. But wait! shopping. Yeah, I deliberately waited till I at least got the wolves attempts before I decided to come in here to actually sort myself out. I don't need another Super Fight game, it's fine. Door! Fuck, this isn't Risky's revenge. Fortunately, my door abilities are shit. Let's hope that my climb is better. Return just in time for the end. Nice. Welcome back, Pyro. Hope you're doing good. Still. Okay, so I can't enter doors, but I can do the climb, although I did skip out one climb there because I forgot about it for a second. Classic Shantae. Very true. True. It is more apparent in Risky's Revenge, but no, they're all guilty of something. Good and clean, nice. Nice. 5302. Not a bad opening run considering I mean, admittedly, more heavy on the chats. And that's not a bad thing, don't mistake that. Normally my streams are quite quiet. So I don't tend to have as much chat to keep up with, but that's not a problem. That's what I want to see. I want to see people having a good time or, you know, doing what they gotta do. It's great. So keep it up. Keep it going. GG's, thank you. It wasn't a bad run actually. 53, pretty much 53 flat. That's okay. Not going to complain of the 53. Oh boy. Ba 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 da ba da. IGT says, wait, I got a 53 and the time is a 49:35. I mean, okay, I guess that would be about right. I'm just getting wires crossed with something else, maybe. Yeah, well, that'll do. Ooh, excuse me. I am still tired, it would seem. Again, not surprised. Ah. Okey coke. Right, so I guess if I'm going to keep in tandem with kind of the way I was going, I guess a little more reminiscent. Now where do I go from here? I suppose about some point, as I say, I don't plan this stuff. I'm not a good talker as it is, so this may just come out weird. I mean, the first starting part was supposed to be, you know, introductory to the man, and I kind of skipped I kind of did a few fast forwards during that last talk, so just had 2 naps. Yeah, in all fairness, I could do with a nap. It's been a bit of a weekend, but that's mainly because I had to have my car in, and I don't wake up first thing, so I just stayed up instead. Had 3 hours after it was done, and then carried on. I had to make sure I was at least up somewhat today because it was my nephew's 2nd birthday, so I had to go celebrate. And one of my nephews convinced me to go on the bouncy castle, despite the fact I am much larger than the kids, and not a good idea. And it turned out to be a wise decision because as soon as I went on there, all of them decided to dogpile me, and I got nutted a few times. So I got assaulted by a bunch of 2 to 5 year olds. I tried to escape, it didn't quite work out because unfortunately weight distribution on a trampoline, or on a bouncy castle made for kids, basically meant as soon as I tried to shift off, everything went and I basically backflipped or backward rolled off of there, oh crap. But it was fun. Okay, so where am I going to go into the old timeline? No, I guess I left it at when about the time when I finally joined them in the Discord. The early year was a fun one because, as I say, I'm usually quite shy when I first try and be introduced around anyone because I'm literally like a completely different person. The guy in general, who you see, whether it's on stream or for those that be around me quite a bit, know I'm very much a messed up individual, over the top sense of humour. But if I don't know yet, I'm very much quiet and I keep myself to myself. Because I don't know what to say, what to do. So I was kind of like that for a while. Sure, you fucking don't. Yeah, that's it. At least I knew a few of you, through the speedrunning, so it wasn't as uncomfortable. It was kind of like stepping into the void for the first time and what do I say to these people? But I came very close to, again, this was another turning point in terms of knowing the man and getting to know the man for as long as we've known him. And I say obviously the people that was involved, Moni and Trin, can vouch for this. I almost stepped out in the earlier times because of my introduction to them when I showed my face on camera for the first time. They know it as the infamous drunken Mario Party and the reason why I never play a Mario Party again. So, long story short, I got shit-faced with a few people. And at that point, anything goes. So, the only 2 things I remember was, I remember Air Snake vomiting in a bucket whilst we chatted bullshit. Oh, if you've got it downloaded, please don't ever make it public, for God's sake. I do not want to have to relive that, because I was watching that and there were so many times I was going, Turkey, please shut up. Turkey, please, shut up now. Shut up, Turkey. You're not going to shut up, are you? For 3, 4, 5 hours in, Turkey, for fuck's sake, shut up. No, I'm not shutting up, I'm fucked. Anyway, so long story short, I only really remember him one of my mates thrown up miserably in a bucket. And the fact that I got the most common question of all is Scorf Welsh. And I think I answered it at least 50 times. But yeah, okay, so a bit of backstory there. But my concern was, that was the first time I shown myself on a camera. But more important at that moment was I only just got into this group, hanging out, chilling in voice. And I was worried that because I got so fucked up and I was because I managed to watch the stream back to me, I was probably a bit of an arse, bit of a dick, bit of over the top, like typical drunken donkey. And I was scared that I was going to step in and I was going to kind of be told to basically fuck off. But then again, I'm a man of low self-esteem, low confidence, low belief in myself, that I always made those kind of assumptions. Fortunately, that was not the case. So, to be fair, you did keep asking. You still ask me nowadays, you still ask me now over the years, which is annoying. No, you're good. You're good. And of course, obviously going back in there and basically just facing it, and it was just very much a simple from here. When I say, I'm pretty sure he was one of the first to speak. They all spoke simultaneously, but he was the first one to basically say, look, in all fairness, you're one of us, kind of thing. You know, we're all fucking different, we're all weirdos in our own right. And that pretty much just told me there and then that I knew that, you know, I belonged with them. As fucked up as we all were. So, yeah, it's kind of one of those things where I just knew that after that, it was like, well, if that hasn't got you to fucking run the fuck away from me, I guess you're stuck with me. So thank God for that. And it just shows it doesn't, you know, it took a lot to even to get him on your bad side. Was most certainly, if he was on his bad side, you done something big, because he didn't get rattled very easily, and he understood everything. And if he didn't fully understand, he would at least hear you out and try and understand it from your end of things, rather than just cutting straight to a downwards point. So you can't buy that kind of stuff. I mean, I've always gone with, like, the majority of the world, most people are just dicks. They only give a shit about themselves and nothing more, and it is easily the epitomization of the opposite for that, which I've already mentioned earlier, but of course I'm reiterating it because I'm talking about a different subject and I don't remember what I said earlier, so I'm just repeating myself. I was just the spice needed in the place. I think that was more of a spice up. That was kind of like, how hot do you like your curries? I mean, I like a little bit of spice. Okay, Carolina Reapers it is. What the fuck? Oh, fuck. He's been born. I don't think Carolina Reaper was a thing, but I got tried it. Oh, shit. But no, yeah, I mean, that was kind of where I knew that was like, you know, I'm one of them now. And obviously the rest is kind of history from a personal side as time went on. But if I'm going to go, I mean, I've shared a little on the personal, I'll share again a key moment, a key memory for me in speedrunning that involved Nori. And it's something it was one of the three of the key elements that I mentioned in the Discord, being the very first Shantae tournament. You know, that was a big deal for a few of us there. I mean, it was only a 20-person tournament, which is quite sizable for us. You know, the organisation was mainly Nori. I believe Trent had a big part in organising that tournament. I was just kind of there, kind of like going, I've got you. I'm here if you need any help. Obviously, I'm not really the tech guy, so I was never the best person, but they always asked my opinion as well, because obviously they valued it to a degree. But for that to even be a thing for something that, I mean, back when we both started again, there was only really the two of us playing Pirate's Curse on a regular basis. Most people started veering away for a while, or just kind of stopped playing. And so for us two to keep it going, at least during that period, as time went on going into 2018, then we started seeing a resurgence, and that's where we started getting like the new line of runners coming into the fold. Different ideologies, different methodologies, different strategies, and what became. So when the tournament was set and we managed to get a good number in, the date was set for speed gaming, if I remember rightly, and the only thing I asked or the only main thing I asked, I mean, I probably asked for a few things, but I probably don't remember all of them. But the only thing I remember asking from the start, at least early on, once it was all set in stone, was, is it possible for myself and Nori to be the opening act? Simply because, this is something I've shared with him, trying to keep, like, I'm not going to say try to keep the game flow, because I don't think that's the right words, but being being one or two people that really really enjoyed the game and carried on during that bit of time frame before the resurgence hit. And just out of respect for him and Jugs, we ended up, I said, based on leaderboard seedings, we were in the same group. So I always knew that, I always knew I wanted to share the stage with him to kick that event off. I thought that made the most sense at the time. Not only that, of course, a big thing like an opening tournament, just to be able to have at least my first, even if it wasn't the opening race of the tournament, but to have my opening race to share with him, of all people. I knew that was going to be something special to me. And it's still something that I don't ever forget. As I say, it's one of my key cornerstones with speed. That's not just with him, as a whole, just speedrunning in general. One of the things I will always remember, alongside like the war I had with Cake Sauce and having the Heroes Open time, that kind of thing. There's certain elements of any speedrunner where you just have there's certain key parts of your time doing it that just stick out, and that's always been a big one for me. The game we both loved to speedrun in our own right. We're finally able to put it out there to a slightly bigger audience compared to what we were used to. And I actually got to kick it off with him. So, yeah. Yeah, that was everything to me to start things off. And then the rest of the tournament went pretty great. And that led to, it also led to some old time people coming back, or like originals even before. So like we've got the Return of Sound Defense came back for that tournament. Tina came back in for a bit to work it, and also saw a bit of New Blood, which ended up leading to a finals match with Majati, who ended up taking the record for this category. Not too far off of that, so yeah, it's not only that, but the tournament kind of gave more new life again for Pyrus Curse, for Shantae as a whole, and just bringing new breeds in, new trains of thought, so just kept things going to where it is now. We've already said he's a cornerstone. He's pretty much a pillar of the community as it is, and it's for things like that clearly speaks out to why he's seen like that by pretty much the majority, if not everybody, within the community. So yeah, that was a great time. Right, I'm going to go refill on a drink. I think that's a good point for me to go on to the next run. If there's anyone else who would, anyone has any other memories I want to speak of before I go into the next run, feel free to do so, and we'll catch up on that chat in a minute. But I will be right back in a couple of minutes, so see you in a second. Right, my drink's set and ready. And yep, just came back in time to that. Yeah, I mean, even if it's not a memory, I mean, even if it's just, just expressing your feelings on any aspect of this. Let's say the stream isn't, well, I'm not going to say design, because I've not designed anything, I'm just doing it, as I always do, I just do things. But I didn't want it to be just, I'm going to do a few runs of this category that he ran. I wanted it to be like as I say, some kind of memorial kind of thing. At least for me, I was always going to, like, in between runs, just whatever comes to my mind, whatever stories come to me, and going, having, just reminiscing my experiences with him as well, but offering the floor to anyone else if they'd like to share their experiences, in respect, or just to get it out to help yourself, if you know what I mean. So this was more than, I wanted this to be more than just a stream in its own right. I mean, as I say, I'm not the best with words, so I'm probably not putting all the pieces together well here, but hopefully you understand what I was going for. This, that the only plan was literally do runs, say some nice things. And other than that, I have no idea what I'm on about. So, no, and I agree with that, to see the impact that he's had. I mean, you was in the call with me when we wrote the news to the Shantae Discord, and I instantly started bubbling a bit because of the instant response. Just a boatload of emotes there, just the instant response from people. Just like, see, bud, if you're seeing this channel now, you fucking know you meant a lot to us. And he's, I guarantee you, I think we said at the time actually, guarantee he'd look at it and go, no, I don't believe you. What you doing here? You're faking this. Oh, fucking trust it. But yeah, whatever helps, whatever you like to say. There's no real major ceiling. Anything that can help yourself, help each other, or just, as I say, celebrate the man. That's what we're doing. That's what we're here doing today. Yeah, that was the kind of one he was as well, dude. He legitimately cared. He wasn't just a speed runner. He was just he was just hanging out. There's always someone you could trust, no matter what. And it would have been nice to see more people in voice call to be able to experience him more on a regular basis as well. But as I say, that's obviously, what were the chances you was ever going to have like a voice call with like 100, 200, 300 people in there? That isn't among us. So, but no, it's just one of them to be able to experience the man as I experienced him, or as Marion experienced him, Trent experienced him, several others that haven't been in there for a while, but there was a few more people that was in the voice call with us in those my early years in there as well. So it's one of those things where it's like I wish you could have all saw him for that as well, because he really was, he liked me as well. I mean, like I said, we like each other in how our minds were. We consider each other as twins, and unfortunately, that was also with the negative side of things. It doesn't matter what you say, it doesn't matter how much evidence you put in front of him, he was never going to speak positive about himself, which was an unfortunate aspect. Obviously, it'd be pot kettle black if I really argued with him on that, because I'm no fucking better. You know what I mean? But nobody's perfect. And it's most certainly his higher qualities always outshined those few negative aspects about how his mind was. But we was always there for him as he was for us. And that never changed. So, Jesus Christ, I'm being soppy. People are seeing this off the side of the bird. It is weird. No. Just bad jokes. Blah, blah, blah. So I'll show generally quiet. Yeah. And that's an exact aspect of me, as I already mentioned. I don't know how to talk to people when I first get introduced to them. I will literally just be like, me. I don't take compliments well either. Someone told me I had a nice suit the one day, and I just kind of looked at them going, okay. It's all right, you can accept the compliment. Okay. You know, there was always the opportunity, the platform, a safe space where you could be yourself. You know, gave anyone the opportunity to be a part. You know, you was never judged instantly. He always gave a chance. He always gave you the opportunity to, you know, show who you are. And then, you know, just like anything, I mean, you know, it's never dismissive in that sense. I mean, there's always the opportunity to show him who you were, and then if he liked you, sweet. If he did, well, that's how it is. I mean, that's just general life, really. But you do get people out there that will just look at someone or just see one little thing on them quickly and be like, no, fuck off. He was never like that. So, at least no that I've ever noticed, anyway. Right. That was a nice reminisce and carrying forth. I will go on to the next run. Of course, as I've already said, like, even while I'm running, you're more than welcome to still reminisce, chat about him, or just have a laugh with the run, whatever works for you. Anything that I miss, I will catch back up with as best as I can. Let's go to the next run. Yeah, it was rare that a door would get fully closed. If he ever closed the door and you had to do something bad.
Shantae and the Pirate's Curse.
Quite literally, you had to do something that pretty much everybody else, everyone in the room would have been like, yeah, yeah, I understand why. Because you wouldn't normally see that from him. Is very rare. He wasn't easily frustrated. Understand, Moni, understand. Yeah, no, get some rest and, well, I say you know you can message me and I'll DBM back as kind of if there's any issues. Because obviously, well, getting back around work people who may not necessarily know the experience you got with this loss is going to be a bit of a. I mean, I already know because I had to go straight back to work the next night, so I know it's a bit of a weird feeling after having something like this happen, but I'm sure they got your back. Well, we got your back anyway, as always. So drift off, have a good day at work, and we will see you soon. Take care, bud. Round 2. Almost 2 hours in. This is only my second run of this game, of this category. That's fine. That's the whole point. Spread it out. Right, let's go. 3, 2, 1. Not this bird. Not normally. I struggle with the English language as it is. And I'm British. I'm English. I'm supposed to know the language. Actually, no, for the British suck at our own language anyway. Yeah, no worries, Moni. Take care. You know where we all are. And we know where to find you if we ever need you to. Which probably basically means I'll be in touch soon. Ooh, pipe ball. Oh! Hole in one! Let's try that again. No, fuck, no! Fuck! Start again!
Shantae and the Pirate's Curse.
What here? Where to? Huh? I can't even menu. This is, yeah, good start. Yeah, just to leave you on a lighter note. Take care, and oh, there's a tiny pit I managed to fall into. How fucking fortunate.
Ammo Baron! Hmm? Wait up! Ah. Hmm?
No, weird. mean, I could just do that and not have the earpiece in. But then you're going to hear a lot of clacking. I'm hitting the wrong buttons now because I'm trying to figure out if everything's going okay. I'm going to try the earpiece one more time. If it plays up, then I'll just go unplugged and then just hope that there's not too much controller clacking.
Oh yeah.
I'm going to try the earpiece one more time. If it plays up, then I'll just go unplugged and then just hope that there's not too much controller clacking. Oh. Maybe. Oh, I got a fireball. Bento, nice. Are we good now? Maybe. Sounds like we are. Alright, sounds like it. Alright, I'll bring that off now. Sounds like we are. Okay. Okay, so yeah, there's a connection error going up. I always think that the earpiece is going to be better for the streaming because the first time I streamed through this console, the problem I had was the fact that you would hear the button clacks. And that could obviously lead to just awkwardness, so I always use the earpiece, but if it keeps acting up, I'll just try without, because luckily these controllers have built-in mics, so I don't actually need an earpiece in. Right, so for the third time, I'll try and answer your Hobbit. Yeah, well, I was trying to say, it's going to die me again. Trying to say he was always the kind of person that always left the door open. You know, if you were around, he weren't just going to shun you to the side just because you weren't saying nothing. He'd always give people the opportunity to get involved, even if he has to start a conversation off. And that's if you chose to stay quiet then, or if you chose to stay, you know, not too short to say, then by all means that was your decision. But he always tried to have anyone and everyone involved. He never left anyone behind. Hey, finally got through. Literally, I was trying to have a little heart-to-heart with you several times, like, oh, I think the mic's died. Oh, fuck off, Mike, I'm trying to be nice. Even the game's like, even the equipment's like, no, you're not meant to be nice, shut up. All this kindness you're trying to show and this softer side to you. No, can't have that. They can't hear you do that. It'll ruin your image. What? What image? The only image I have is, you talk about dicks a lot. Oh, hat. Anyway. We got there. Yeah, we'll see what happens. So yeah, if it dies on me again, yeah, just please say so, and then I'll just fucking unplug the earpiece and just be like, well, we may hear some clacking, but at least we shouldn't have any voice issues, so to speak. Do. There we go. But yeah, to be fair, I've debated whether or not to actually invest in like a proper headset. But then I don't generally use headsets for gaming. I only use it when I stream just because I think it's the better option. So, I don't know, maybe I'll just say feck it. Eventually. Got a bento as well, nice. Oh shit. I try. I mean, sure, I don't tend to speak on the softer side very often, just because I've always had that over the top, kind of messed up sense of humour. It's not like an image thing, honestly. I'll say that as the joke, but it really isn't anything like that. It's just, you know, I can be there for people, but I'm not the most emotionally of individuals. So, but it's one of those things where, yes, I mean this has stung me bad quite a bit at this point, and I'm denying everything. I'm still denying shit, but I know I'm not the only one. You know, if there's anything, even if it's a little bit that I can do, if I can help others as well. To be fair, I said it earlier, it's kind of like following Nori's example, effectively. Then, you know, if I can, I'll do what I can. Certainly won't be on the expert levels of Nori would be like when he talks to people, but it'll be something at the very it'll be somewhere in 10. No, when you call me cute, I just accuse you of drinking. Because anyone who thinks I'm good looking, you must be on something. Oh, another Papa Shot here again. Wow, that's consistency for you. Yeah, exactly. Stop drinking. Put the wine bottle down. Yeah, you feel free to be as honest as you want to be doing. I said feel free to be honest. I didn't say fucking give Shentok a reason to be right about something. God damn it. So, unfortunately for you all, that's one side of Nori that will live on for me because I'm no fucking different. You're never going to convince me of anything positive about myself very often. That's not meant to be a bad knock on anything. It's just, unfortunately, I don't look on myself on a high note, so I think I'm ugly, and I'm sticking with it. I'm British. How good looking can I fucking be? Anyway. Shentok. It's like if Shentok fused up with Ken Shamrock. That's the first thing that comes to my name. That comes to my mind. Oh, Cross, that's a name I haven't heard in a long time.
Ready.
Then again, obviously I know the name Shamrock from WWE. I didn't really know him in his UFC, or well, you know, cage fighting days. I don't know if it was UFC or not, to be honest with him. I have a fossil. Yay. And now, here comes this bit. And yep, there it is, Joy Tong Q. Speaking of drunk. Stop! How you doing, Eric? Welcome, hope you're good. Yeah, no, to be fair, I say you got introduced to him in the Cyber Shadow side in 2021, so you didn't get much of an opportunity to get to know him, in all fairness, but no, even then, even with that little time in comparison, it was clear that he obviously left an impression on you. So it still speaks to his character of the kind of man he was. That he is. I'm not gonna say he was, but the kind of man he is, without a doubt. Without a fucking doubt. Welcome back, Mona. You was hoping you'd be asleep by now, but you knew I was a run and you was expecting a tongue, and literally as soon as the message popped up on my TV screen, bang, tongue to the face. It was like you knew. You gotta love it when it just works like that sometimes. And that's the beauty of this session so far. I know I'm not running at 100%, and that's not just because a bit of Rost is obviously because there's a lot more interactions going on here, but this is encompassing what I wanted, what I was hoping to encompass with today's session at least, because this is what it should be. Get back, relax, and have a good fucking time. And whilst we've got people still here as we're sort of like in mid-session and whatnot, and we're in a section that fucking sucks, and for the fact that I'll probably forget to say something later, so I'll just say it now, just because. Obviously, as I say, I don't do well with these kind of things. I've only ever really suffered one major loss before, now being my own father, and that took me out for a long time, mentally at least for a while. I mean, there's different circumstances and scenarios going forward with this, but I was scared a bit or nervous a bit to even potentially stream this game this soon, just because of the fact that it just doesn't feel right without him, without Nora, in a way, knowing that that's not going to pop up. I mean, I'm still waiting for his name to pop up. But that being said, now things have gotten rolling, I don't regret the decision to stream tonight. I'm sure tomorrow I'll probably go back to being a bit all over the place, but for now I've got to have some alleviation, and just to see, or just just to share this man's legacy in its own right, his memory, just knowing what he meant to everyone has actually meant a lot to me. So I thank you all for being here. I thank you all for sharing. Sorry. Oh, why would I jump there? Why would I jump there? But, yeah, sorry, I am actually running a little bit. But yeah, point being, I know it's only going to be a temporary relief for myself, but for me, it was more importantly, is the fact that just, Jesus Christ, let me get out of here and then I'll think of the words I want to say. Why would I choose Run to be so emotional? That was not a good call. It means a lot to me that this man meant a lot to other people, and for that, that's just good. I don't know how else to word things right now. I almost fucking went out. I almost lost myself a little bit. 19.2 for the split. So, but no, thank you for. Well, thank you for just being here, and thank you just for, just being a part of this community in all aspects, whether it's Shantae or just in general. I can't think of the other words I want to say actually at the moment. My brain's kind of shut down a little bit. So if I remember some of the other words I wanted to say, I'll get them out. I'll get them out later. But for now, I got the bulk thing there. So yeah, just to get that out now, because as I say later, I'll probably forget. Where are we now? I'm going to Cackle Tower, right? This is still any percent no out of bounds. I've not changed categories, have I? Okay, Dragon Tower. Trust me, the way I used to play this game, it could be Hundo. How many pipe balls was that? Fuck. I mean, I will do Hundo at some point soon, once I relearn it, but it will be the normal mode run. At least that's the aim. Super pipe ball there again. Seriously, game. Ah, some milk. It's the best item drop you can get, but as I say, I want the flare. I want the flare for obvious reasons. Give me the Nori flare, damn it! Oh, did he get one? Nice. It's literally, I mean, obviously it's better than nothing, but out of the three drops, that's the one you don't want in an actual run. But of course, it's what we want. Oh yeah. Trust me, that's something I know too. I mean, I know we're meaning this in the context of the speed run, but in reality, but definitely not sure. I mean, there's gonna be a little more heartfelt on that in the next bit of reminiscence. I already have a rough idea what I want to talk about next, unless I forget. Yeah, of course. Oh, got a good kill there though. 2303, I'll take it. Yeah, that's always the way. You don't, if you want it, the game's like, nah. Oh, you want the worst of the three options? Fuck it, I'm going to give you the milk. Dick. All right, let's go. I still have Super Pipe Ball active. That's how good the fight went. So risky. Just came out and just swung my balls in your face. Don't give me that look, you know you enjoyed it. Risky loot, risky loot. Very risky loot, I could get into trouble. Now to try and squeeze some milk out of things. Just to give me some milk. Just a little bit of milk. Just a single bit of milk. Well, fuck you, green cacti. Alright, I got the charge properly this time. Right, saliva. Okay, good. Oh. Oh, I missed the jump pot. That was supposed to put me at 179. Must have not hit one of them. Which won't be a problem really, because it'll still be the plan of 5 flares and 3 potions, so that's 165. So that's even stepping away for a long time, I still know my math in this game relatively well. It's the only bug when you play for so fucking long constantly. Kill him. Fuck you, Joe. Set goes. Hockey cocky. Let's get this. Right. I swear my controller must not like me when I do menuing. Stop twatting me! Give me some milk. Just a little bit of milk. Just another bit of milk. Well, thank you, green cacti. Take a chance, 2 milks in the holster plus 1 super pot. No, yeah, 1 super pot at least minimum so far. There might have been a second in that, I'm not 100%. I jumped so high that animation, it was probably not fucking worth it. Just a quick check, is the mic still working? Just as a general check. Fish, line, lion. Fish, line, lion. Okay, good. Yeah, don't worry. I'm not trying to say people talk like talking general. I'm just making sure because we've had a few mic issues so far. Fuck me. We've had a few mic issues so far, so I'm just playing safe. God damn it, turkey jump! I forgot what the code was now. Fish, lion, lion. Okay, cool. Jesus Christ, that was terrible. All that because I was doing a quick mic check. Everything went to shit. Whoops. Chibata. Okay, can we get 1 cycle this time? Nope, too low again. It is precision. It is quite precision to reach what you want. 2 different variations, both of which have like a couple of like 1 or 2 frames, maybe 3 at most in one of the methods to get. If I recall correctly. Could be wrong, but... Alright, don't jump too early this time. Dun 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 dun. I thought I'd jump too early on that last one there. I thought I was going to fall behind him and he might see me. Okay, we're good. Door. Gonna get the keys now. I'm gonna do something. I don't know what, but I was gonna do something. Freedom! Well, for 2 of them. No worries, buddy. Thanks for stopping by, man. Do appreciate it. Have a good one, and I'll catch you around, man. Oh, chain. You know where we are if you want any of us, as always. Four girls, 1 rope. 30:04. Okay, we're on a better pace, but then again, I didn't get caught this time. I think the last run's pace by this point would have been better if I didn't get caught. But as we didn't get caught this time, we did last time. This is a better pace. This is 51 potential. If I can get a grip a little bit, but I don't care. Yep, 4 goes, 1 rope. And yes, it is as bad as it sounds. So there is a slight origin story behind the 4 goes, 1 rope in this. Not much. It was literally Oh, let me just do a menu check. Okay. So that actually started when I first came on stream on my mate's channel. So obviously before we went live, he created me some splits. I just basically said, oh, these are the bosses, this is this, this is that. I couldn't think of anything imaginative at the time, so he came up with the names of the splits. And for that particular one, when the rope gets pulled, he named it 4 Girls, 1 Rope. And that's basically it. That's why I always call a time there, which most runners don't, because that's what I was used to back when. Oh crap. Well, this was not a good room, and I didn't even get an item for my trouble. It's a shame. Okay, another bubble. I could have done with more milk. So unless I get at least 1 milk drop here, I think I'm going to need to farm a little bit. Okay, I'm going to have to reevaluate my menuing, but I think I may have to do a little bit of farming, but not as much now. I'm going to go for it, but I don't think it is. Oh, it is. Okay, cool. I thought I was a little late. It didn't quite look right. Yeah, I'm a milk. If I at least had 1 more super pipe ball, I could have worked with this. Or 1 more milk, which we could still potentially sort out. Bonk. Will it go in time this time? It is, for fuck's sake. That emote. Bang. 33-24. Nice. Yeah, no, agree. It's probably got the best soundtrack in the series. Overall, don't wrong, I do like Half Genies as well. Seven Sirens is a mixed bag, and the older ones, although not as much for me, there is sort of like an old school charm to them. So they're not bad. But then again, when you've got someone like Jake Kaufman at the helm minus Seven Sirens, you can't go too wrong, to be fair. You really can't. But then again, I am going to be probably a little biased considering this is the best in the series for me, and obviously it's my main speed game, so there might be a little biased in this, in all fairness. But nah, I mean, Seven Sirens came close as a speed game, not as a casual. I mean, I remember first playing it, and I did actually say, like, I think this might be. I mean, it could surpass Pirate's Curse, but then after played it more, I was like, nah. Kind of like, I guess I kind of just had like first playthrough blindness for a bit. But the speed run of it, though, honestly, the speed run of it, at least no out of bounds, is really good. The movement in that run is really damn good, in my opinion. It's definitely my number 2 speed game in relation to Shantae. Although not my number 2 speed game altogether. It's kind of, I classify, like, my main games I classify as, like, I have my primary and I have my secondary primary, and then everything else is on a lower tier in comparison. And of course, if anyone saw me from 2021 through till most of the year, most of like 2021 all the way through to 2020, through the year of 2024, they would very much know that that title belongs to Cyber Shadow, the secondary primary. Don't know what it was, and I say unfortunately, it's not unfortunately, but it does actually remind me of the thing Nori said to me back when the Cyber Shadow first started. And that was literally he saw something with me in that game when I was learning it. Not like, oh, you could be like one of the best runners of it. It was like he literally just turned around to me one night and he just went, I've not seen you go at a speed run like this since Pirate's Curse. Don't get me wrong, I always try and put effort into any run I do, but there's some ones where I put a hell of a lot more effort to actually learn the numbers and actually have an understanding of exactly, everything. Other runs, it's like I know the stuff within it and I know some of the tech, but I can't give you the numbers in and out. I can't give you all the alternatives. But yeah, Cyber, I learned that game in a similar way as I learned Pirate's Curse. I just couldn't put the fucking thing down. So can't get nothing past that fucker. I swear, sometimes. He just knew. Bad gamer, don't be a cock. Thank you. 3729. Fucking hell. It weren't like that when I started though. I mean, I first started, I was, well, just like, to be fair, like any game really. I play something for the first time, or in the early days of speedrunning a game, it's not something my consistency is all over the place, and I'm not that strong. It's only if the stubbornness and the enjoyment kicks into the point where I can't put the thing down, then it becomes, oh boy. But yeah, no. So I mean, Cyber Shadow's a different story in of itself for me, but it was literally one of those games I really only before I even started to speedrun it, I only thought I was going to pick it up, probably play it for a few months to a year if I get into it enough, and then the difficulty will end up frustrating me to the point where I'm like, well, okay, I've had my fun with this, let me move on. That was what I honestly felt like, because it is a much harder game than what I normally learn. And for some reason, that's not what happened. I ended up just wanting to play it, and well, now I'm actually good at it. So I'll catch up with the chat in a sec. In terms of story, Pirate's Curse, Risky's Revenge. I'll go with that. Pirate's Curse, Siren, Risky's Revenge, Seven Sirens, GBC, then Half Genie. Hard to argue from a story perspective, in all fairness. I mean, Risky's Revenge may be one of my lower rated games overall for the series, but yeah, the story was alright, for sure. I mean, GBC was its first game, so it was always going to be a bit like simplistic, so can't really blame too much on that. Half Genie Hero, there really wasn't a major story. The major story of that one was, yeah. Well, to be fair, before I even said it, I just looked at the chat again, and yeah, that's basically it. The main story is like the start, and then when it reconvenes after Hypnobaron's Castle, realistically, everything else is like a mini chapter within its story. So yeah, you're not wrong there. You're not wrong there at all.
Oh yeah.
So that's basically story-wise. Yeah, I would agree. Half Genie is definitely in the lower totem. Gameplay, different position, but I'm also one of those people that actually thinks Half Genie is a good game, and I know a number of people who would disagree with me on that. But like I say, it's each to their own.
Flare activated.
Yeah, Risky's Revenge story was good, was alright. Especially when they, obviously with the ending and everything like that, obviously stripped the powers out. As I say, GBC was, box standard. Pyrus Curse is a continuation, plays a frenemy type scenario, which is alright, and Seven Sirens,
Rep to
to be
go.
fair, I don't remember too much of the Seven Sirens story, realistically. The only thing I really say, whenever I think about like the story or the dialogue in that game, the only thing I think is Squid Baron was fucking awesome. He probably the best rendition of him. I mean, any drop would be nice. I don't need a drop because of the way I decided to set up, but it would be nice if I can get a Super Fireball or a Super Milk. No, well. Oh, no. I ain't gonna lie, I was debating whether or not I was gonna set up for the APJ. I have not done it in forever. So I don't think it would. I don't think I would have got it, but I was tempted to try it. Just because, why not? Maybe on the next run. Okay, I've got that one this time. Half genie, light half genie, other than a couple of bosses. Yeah. But I mean, the bosses have never been the greatest when it comes to Shantae overall, if you ask me. I mean, well, half genie has Wilbur, so that automatically loses by default. What's the best type of boss we could do? An auto-scroller boss. I don't know why I'm going up for. All of a sudden, this is all dark magic. You know what? I'm going to do this one for Nori as well. Not worship the Bolo. He never fucking... that was a stubborn fucking argument we always had. Worship the Bolo? Nope. Fucking worship him at least once? No. Please? No. Fuck you! That's actually fair, Phantom. You get to hear the boss. I mean, it's one of the best renditions of the main boss theme, to be fair, so... Oh, hello. So that's a fair one. Gonna chuck the rotty in the furnace. Gonna chuck the rotty in the furnace. No? Gonna chuck the rotty in the furnace. Gonna watch the Hosker give a blowjob. No again? No, I'll go. See ya. Nothing to see here, so let me go. Okay, so do I need anything? Technically, no. I won't even go for this. The odds of them giving me a Super Fireball is very much a low key, so I think we'll just go with what I got. I don't need a shop. Theoretically, this should be fine without any other shopping. Of course, I could just shop for a Super Milk and make Steel Maggot a straightforward fight, but you know, let's just do this instead. This is looking much better. Not Buster. There we go. Yeah, no, that's a really good track. I mean, you do get to hear it for a little bit. You don't get, I mean, not as long as you may want, but it's not as bad. 'Cause you've got to wait. You've got to spin the cogs, haven't you? So you do get to hear it for a while at least. But it is a good final boss theme. I do wish that Half Genie at least did a little more with True Ending. And honestly, I thought my initial thought was, you know, obviously like with Pyrrhus Curse, you've defeat Pirate Master Phase 1, it's anticlimactic and that's that. Then you get Phase 2, which although it is just a scripted fight, it's much more of a fitting like final battle. So I actually was expecting, at least when I played the game first time casually, because I 100%ed it for about what would have been like True Ending aspects. I thought the second phase of Tinker Brain was going to be similar. So I thought, you know, in the General Defense speedrun, it would be you take out the dynamo and that's it. No, Half Genie Hero does have a true ending. But to be fair, I can't blame you for not noticing. It really isn't. It doesn't have the same kind of impact. But yeah, only way I can describe it. I don't know if you've seen me do. You know what? Fuck it. I don't know if you've ever seen me do NSC in the game. But when I get to the end before the credits, sometimes it will just like you'll pan to the sky, and then other times it'll pan to the sky, but you'd have a flash of light in the middle. That flash of light is part of the true ending. Shit. I'm probably not going to get a 2-rounder. Ah, missed it. Ah, fuck, I'll just have to wait again. That's not, unfortunately, that's not good. Yeah. Not much I can do there, though, unfortunately. 48.51. I mean, if I'd have gotten the pinch on the first side, it wouldn't be so bad, but when you have to go for the pincer, with the 2-week items going for the pincer technique, you need to get the pincer technique on both sides, but ideally, even though it's not impossible, you don't really want the last button to be the first button on near his face, because you've got too much ground to cover then, it makes it a bit too risky. No, it's not to do with Pose Hamster. It's Pose Hamster is required for just completing the game in general, the same with the Stone Slab. It's to do with the risky stuff that you obtain when you get all of the sunken souls, all of the scrap metal, the data chip, and the poster. You trade them off with the 4 barons. They all give you a piece of Risky's equipment or part of Risky's apparel. Then you go back to Uncle Mimic. He uses them to create the magical polarizer, and that's what triggers it. It also gives you access to the most broken equipment in the game. Yeah, if you 100%ed the game first time, you may not have noticed the true ending because it doesn't seem like there's many differences. I think the difference in it from a story position is to do with I think it's a genie that, like, the spirit of a genie pops up, which indicates Sky's mother. Yeah, no worries, dude. You do what you gotta do, man. Get some glob, and we'll see you in the beach, sir. Yeah, I think it's something to do with that, with the gene that shows up at the end. It's like Sky's. I think it's insinuated that it could be Sky's mother. but I haven't looked at the story of Half Genie in a long time, so I don't fully remember story-wise. I just remember what is required to unlock True Ending. Then again, I ran NSC, so that was automatically a True Ending type run. No, Sky's not a Half Genie. She's just annoying. At least when it comes to Seven Sirens, she is. I'm on vacation, I don't want to help no one. Well, I get that, but that's just heartless. Oh, I weren't too sure I was going to get that, to be fair. I thought I'd mistimed something. Alright, climb good. Alright, remember you've already used your auto potion for an animation skip, so don't get caught. Oh, bad RNG. Wow game. Good pedestals. $52.29. That's an improvement. Yeah, no, I couldn't understand. She seemed, she's, you know, she's always been portrayed as someone who's always willing to help her friend out, and in that game, it was literally, oh, hottie, oh, vacation. I don't want to do it. Oh, look at that hottie over there. I'm going to blindly. What happened to you, Scott? Seriously, what the fuck happened to you? Is that all you got? Yeah, I mean, until 100%, yeah, that's pretty much it. So, bugger off. Ooh, burn. Fight always a dick. You get used to it, unfortunately. G's for the GG's. Two runs down, with a third run being the 3%. 3 hours into a session. But of course we've had the whole reminisce parts of the session, which has always been good. And our survey says 49.13. Okay, not bad. Not bad at all. Well, I mean, I'm certain I've got one more run in me. It could be 2 more runs, depends on how much more reminiscent comes out of my body. All fairness. Yeah. This is an okay session so far, in terms of run time. Like, completed runs, not length of stream. Things are happening. Woo! That's all I got. Does that work for everyone? Cool. Right, just have a minute just to gather myself a little. I'm legitimately tired, but I ain't gonna go to bed for at least another couple of hours anyway, regardless of what I decide to do, so that ain't gonna change. Hey, Rocker, how you doing, bud? Welcome. Hope you're good. Whew. Oh, your back and swipe and yay. Yeah, no worries, Phantom. You take it easy, bud. We'll catch you around, my man. Have a good sleep. Cheers for being here, man. Take care, my man. Take care. No, I'm fine. I mean, as I've already said with everyone at the moment, I'm pretty much denial. I'm still waiting for his name to pop up. I know something's not right. In my mind, in my body, I know something's not right. But my mind is also kind of refusing to accept everything at this point. I'm still thinking he's on a vacation because I don't want to fucking believe it, but which kind of goes against the whole title of the stream, to be fair. He's like, well, if you don't really think it, then you know what I mean. It's kind of, I don't really know where else to put it, but that's kind of how it is at the minute. But to be fair, you kind of come in just in time because this has kind of been a session of I do a run and then I'm just good, then I reminisce a bit. And anyone else who wants to reminisce about anything in particular at that time, then they're free to do so. That's kind of where we're at. So, as I say, I kind of wanted this stream to be a bit more than just I'm just going to do runs. I wanted to also at least go through my experiences with him, the good, the good side mainly. There was never really I don't recall a bad one with him. We never was on bad terms. So it's all good at least, thank fuck. But then again, as I say, it also gives a floor for other people to reminisce on themselves as well if it helps them. So that's basically what we're doing here, and that's where I'm at now. And as far as I'm thinking in my head. It took me a minute. I ain't gonna lie. I mean, yesterday I said I was planning on doing a stream, but just couldn't quite bring myself to it. And even today, I booted up the game and I literally sat there for close to like 20 minutes, just staring at it, going, can I really? Then I went and got the stream set up. It was like another 10-15 minutes. And then eventually I hit go, and it still took another 5 minutes before I actually got the mic going, because I was just like, I'm not sure. No, you're doing it. So fucking do it. And glad I did in the end, because it's been really good so far. Okay, so with the time frame I'm at, I believe, if I'm going to reminisce again, I'm kind of reminiscing on two sides here, both as runners of the series and as a friend. So I think I've started mainly with, well, actually I've kind of flip-flopped the back, so I think this time I'll start with the speedrun side. I'm hoping it helps more overall. I mean, I'm pretty sure, at least from my perspective, it's going to help me for now. But tomorrow, I'm probably going to start like regressing a little bit because I'm still trying to process some things. But at least it's a bit of relief for now. If it helps anyone else in general here, then hell, I've finally done something good with me fucking stream, other than talking about fucked up shit. So from the speedrun side, the last thing I spoke about was the first Shantae tournament. So now I'm going to talk a little bit about a bigger platform, so to speak. I'm glad. Yeah, I mean that's a little something that it's probably as part of the speedrunning thing. I'm probably going to be in this reminisce section now, which I'll get to in a bit. But I know, because you spoke with me on it a bit yourself, that it was the second tournament that we did was what got you into it. And when we get to that, then please join me in reminiscing, because You know, it was good to hear from the outside what an impact it had. You know, I just mean at least there's more substance versus me just shouting, either shouting or talking about dicks. You know, it just meant to be a bad joke. So yeah, going into bigger platforms. So obviously after we had our first tournament, we was looking to do. It was going to be. It wasn't the first quad factor, although it does remind me of the first quad factor I took part in, which I will talk a little bit on now actually, because that was a bit of a memory. Nothing on any official aspect. It was literally. It was one of the. I think it was one of the first. I mean, other than just prattling around, or you know, having a little mess around with a few runs in Discord and whatnot. I don't recall if Shantae was a thing at this point. It didn't last long because it was just no one did it outside of the same 3 people, which was me, Nori, and Trent, pretty much for the most part. There was some deviance on that, but with the first quad factor that I took part in was with Nori and Trent, which, yeah, I mean, kind of a full circle thing, considering they're the two majors as speedrunners that I started with, and obviously them two alongside Esco from the very beginning. Esco, I've not seen or heard from him forever. I'm hoping he's all right, in all fairness, because for those who are not familiar with him in the older days, and well, a lot of the big stuff in Pirates Curse Speedrun, at least Pirates Curse Speedrun, I don't know about the earlier stuff so much. I mean, Trent would be better to talk to with the Risky Revenge stuff, but if there was any trick or skill in Pirates Curse back then, and for the most part, because a lot of the major tricks are still used today, especially the out-of-bound runs, if there was any major trick worth discussing, it was Esco. That's it. He was pretty much the mastermind of how a lot of the glitches were found. So, yeah, that was good ones. I mean, I know Pirates Curse ends up becoming your favourite from what you've mentioned a number of times. So you felt your certain love of it the same as what V did, pretty much. We've just been doing it for longer. We're fossils in comparison, which is kind of weird because I know you're older than me. It's like, fuck. Back in my day, what are you talking about, mate? I'm older. Yeah, he helped anyone with anything. He had a hand in learning. You know, he knew as many of the games as I did. You know, he was one of the few people that did runs in all the Shantae games, and still did runs after the fact. He didn't just, weren't just like a couple of runs and that was it. He's done. He did stick with a number of them many times. So as I say, other than myself, is one of the only other ones that really did runs in all four at the time, all 5 now. Unfortunately, I will say unfortunately not all 6, but no, sorry, he has done runs in Risky's Revolution. In Risky's Revolution, the GB, in the GBA release, which I'll finally get to. Well, if the VOD still exists somewhere on his channel, if the channel's still up there, I've got to find them and have a look at them once I played the game casually, because I wanted to. As another thing, I've kind of gone off the topic originally, but yeah, I didn't get a chance to watch his last set of streams because he stepped away from streaming for a while. Then he came back for Risky's Revolution. I wanted to jump in, but I couldn't because spoilers. So unfortunately, I didn't get a chance to be a part of his channel one more time before this eventuality, which now I think about it, shit, that sucks. Fucking hell. Didn't really think about that until now, to be fair, but dang. Runs on YouTube, yeah, I'll have to have a look at that because it's just, I was like, once again, because I want to play casually, I'll go and look back at that kind of stuff, because that is one of them. I remember saying to him at times, like, I'm glad you're back streaming, mate, but fuck, could you pick a different game? I can't watch it with this one. Yeah. Right, 4 years now. I fucking invented the light bulb. Cheers, mate. Not that fucking old. I picked up the game casually in the middle of 2015. I started learning it in October of 2015. I didn't come on to a live stream until November of that year. That was when I started. No, I started about 2 months before I did in speedrun term. I'm not too sure about casual. So anyway, back to where I was going to go with originally. So, I was speaking about the quad factor, the first quad factor we did. Wasn't on any main channel at that time, but I believe it was Skateman who did a restream of it. And I can't remember if I knew about it before it was sent, but as part of it, he did some introductions, including an image for us. I partially think I remember it, but the pair of them ended up getting him for my image. It was basically, I think it was a still image from me screaming during one of my streams, but then they gave me Super Saiyan hair, fucking glowing. I was like, you bastards, really? But yeah, we got to do that, and unfortunately, I couldn't. Obviously, at the time, I couldn't stream GBC, so it was literally through Trost that we did that. And no one could see it, so I was like, well, how do we know that this turkey guy is being honest or being legit? Well, literally, in the voice call, about 40-odd minutes into the run, or just under 40 minutes, or just over 40 minutes, I had a glitch that happens on the 3DS version where whenever you touch Warp Squid, there's a possibility the game will just crash. So I had to restart the game from the start and play catch-up. Unfortunately, there was just not enough time, and Nori won the first quad factor between us, but yeah, it's one of the most. I kind of accidentally went up there about thinking in a split second. I went, this should be fine. Touched it. Oh fuck. So yeah, that fucking hurt from a speed perspective. But I did my best to come back. But the main quad factor, which is the one I was going to talk about a bit, was originally it was supposed to. I think it was supposed to be something we was going to do for speed gaming. And it was a little bit different. This time it was going to be team quad factor. Trying to get enough players to do it was a little awkward. At first, it was kind of like we had enough for 2 teams, not quite enough for 3 at the time. I think... So I can't remember if I'm 100% on this, but I'm pretty sure, that's at least from what I remember, I'm pretty sure this is one of the first introductions I had with Pyro. Actually, so I know you was part of that. I don't remember how much you was doing the run before then, though. If I'm very perfect, I remember you being a part of that. So it started off with two teams. They ended up having enough to make 3. Captains was picked from the community vote, and for some reason it was me as one of them, and of course Nori was the other. Then we came to figuring out how do we decide who's going to choose first. Yes, this is the hotfix quad factor I'm talking about. It was that one. Because, as I say, trying to get all the teams together was awkward simply because we put it to everyone like... So it wasn't just supposed to be for regulars or people that already did it. It was meant to be a... you could be new coming in and you just choose which of the games you would want to run or how many games you're willing to be a part of. Then we had to figure the teams out based off of that, and we had to structure it based off of that. To the point where I didn't even run Pirate's Curse, I ran Half Genie Hero. But that's just how the teams laid. Well, we was trying to figure that out, then we decided to get a third person. Well, we had the third person, and we had enough teams, and we had Mijati as another team captain. And then it came to so how are we going to do this? So we need to decide. I know some people know this story a bit, but we were trying to figure out how do we decide who gets first pick. Coin toss, Rochambeau. Just do we seed it? Nah. We did it like we do in Pirate's Curse properly. We asked a friend of ours who took part in the first tournament to do a run of the game. And when we got to run, we had a bet to see on how many times he would get hit. Whoever was the closest got first pick. That's how we decided to do the draw order for the fucking for the quad factor. Just a dumb way to do it, but yeah, like, you might just do a fucking run of this for us, mate. And we're gonna have a bet to see how many times you get hit. And I got the win on that. In the end, I was the closest. I think I said like 4 or 5 or something like that. I had my first draw, and I remember who I drew first, because that's how I was playing. At this point, like, well, if we're going to do like this, I'm going to play strategy. So, based on who was voted in, I chose Trank to start my team off. Then I took Jake, who was relatively newish at the time for the category we were doing, I think. And then at that point, I was forced into my final pick because of what everyone chose, and that ended up being Cake, which I won't complain because I've seen what he can do in Half Genie Hero, so I had no doubt he would do well in GBC. But again, it's another collective thing that Nori was one of the main people behind it, and ended up after Speed Gaming, things went wrong with Speed Gaming. It was thanks to him and his efforts and what he already had connections with that actually made it possible for us to be a part of the GDQ hotfix, which was my first time being a part of anything GDQ, which is a big thing. I mean, people who know me know that I don't strive to be on big stages or anything. I'm happy to fly under the radar. But still, to be able to represent it on one of the biggest stages, even if it's not like a main stage thing, it's still one of the biggest platforms in speedrunning. There's always some form of honor, especially when they they want proper like connection points and whatnot. They had no choice but to do a capture for me, and they were willing to do it for us to be able to do this. So, and that's thanks to Nori. For the most part, as far as I recall, I can't remember who else was involved in getting that happening, but I'm pretty sure Nori was the one who got that sorted, and there you go, we raced, and it was a good time. Everyone got to do a fair bit. Yeah, it was AMS for that one, for sure. Because if I remember, we decided that one simply because of the length of each of the games. We wanted it so every person getting involved gets a fair amount of time incomparable with each other. Otherwise, we just did any percent you'd have been in 20 minutes in, bye-bye. Kind of a bit too fucking fast. So, and again, that was another thing that he always considered. I mean, I know there was talks in terms of like what runs are we going to do that. I know like myself, Nori and Trent had a number of chats. I mean, a number of the things that came to fruition in terms of community things within Shantae. As I know, Nori was pretty much one of the main ones. But as I say, him and Trent were, they're two of the main heads of the community in general, so they had the best connections to make these kind of things happen. And I was there mainly for a view of opinion, mainly because they know how much I'm invested in the series and as a speedrunner. So they know, and plus they know I'll be straight and honest with them. So. Yeah, it was chosen to get rid of a lot of the RNG factors. Well, I think it's mainly was just for the length, because the only bugger we had, and it happened to a few people, I think, at the time, the quick kills didn't go so well for most people. And that's a big problem. Because the quick kill is not an easy thing to perform. I don't even do them because, I didn't have a version 2 to them, to be fair. But yeah, no, it's just, as I say, most of the stories, as I say, my memories with him and with the community, but they all still point to the same conclusion that, a lot. I mean, I propose a simple question: if we never had Nori, how much does anyone really think the Shantae community, the speedrunning community, would have been able to continue on for the length of time it has, or would it have been a footnote by this point? Now, I'm not saying that's what would have happened, but it's food for thought. Because for me, he was definitely one of the major helms. I know he's not the only one. I've already named a number of people that I know had a number of involvements to be able to push certain things within the community to be able to make it more inviting and everything like that. But he's always one of the main names that I know and come out with. Okay, so I think this reminiscence session might go on a little bit longer than I originally planned, because I've obviously got a few things I do want to talk about, and I know that means there's going to be a block of we're waiting for our run to start, but in this segment I kind of have a few things that seem to be in my head simultaneously, so I'm just going to kind of go with it. So, going forward again, obviously we had the last tournament we did, any percent, and then we had a different structure. And I do believe this was the idea of this structure. I think came up from Trent, where we had you have 2 hours in which to begin a run and complete a run. You can reset as many times as you want, and you just basically go for it. As long as you start the run before the 2 hour slot is done, you are free to finish that run. So you start a run at 1:59:59, you can continue. You can finish the run. And it was a different structure. We did that with double elimination because we also had not as many people for this one. And this time we didn't really have it. We didn't have a main platform on it. So I believe it was Nori and Trent that did the restreaming for it. I know Nori did. I'm pretty sure Trent did as well. You know, between them, they did all the they did all the restreaming. They did a lot of the commentary for it. You know, made it so again, even if we don't have a bigger stage, it didn't matter. Or a bigger stage, it didn't really matter. He still went in with the same kind of enthusiasm as he would do with anything else. And yeah, as I say, that this ties partially into Rocco's experience into Nori and into Pirates Curse. But from what he's told me, that was the tournament that got him to give this game a go, and he still calls it his favourite to this day. So again, the impact that one mind can have just through stubbornness to want to keep the community going, just always fell forward. And just like with any other bit of competition, for one reason or another, I always ended up racing him. And it was literally, to be fair, now I've got this far into speaking about this kind of stuff, it's kind of like a weird cursing of itself that if we ever did a competitive thing, whether it's like a tournament or the quadfecta or something like that, we always ran into each other at some point in the brackets or some point in the competition. I was in his group stage. I was in the group stage with him in the first tournament. I can't remember. I think he qualified into the final 8 as well, but I don't think I matched him again there because I had I didn't match up with him again because I had Tina, 17 Bird, and then Majotti in the finals. Obviously, the quadfecta I was on an opposite team because we were captains, and in this tournament, I think I ran into him in the winner's side quite relatively early on, and it's just like we just can't get away from each other. And it was always a thing that I always had a fear of racing him because there was always, believe it or not, I mean, yeah, it could be because I soft lock or I fuck up or something like that, but he was the only person who ever had, he had the best track record against me. I don't know what it was with racing him, but for some reason I raced him, and sometimes it was just like I can't buy a victory. Because he was pretty much Mr. Consistent, and I was just I could either be really good or which direction am I going? I mean, I'm glad people are enjoying this because I mean, as I say, I mean, I know it is a bit unorthodox to not speedrun or not speedrun, but not play game during a live stream of some kind. But as I say, I didn't want to. It just in my mind, I didn't plan it or anything. I just didn't feel right for doing something like this in his memory and not at least talk about some of the things that I can remember off the top of my head, or some kind of impact from both the speedrun side and the personal sides of my connection with him. Because at least for me, it's not just me getting it out there, but it's just me showing. Just me. For me, I'm seeing it as I'm paying my respects. And this is just the way I know how. I mean, this tournament, this final tournament. There wasn't many newer blokes. Maybe at this point I've already mentioned like the other tournament. Not the first one. Sorry, the quadfecta thing was when Jake at least he was new to that category. So I'm pretty sure he started off as a no out of bounds runner, and that particular thing wasn't. I'm pretty sure it was an out of bounds run. I might be wrong. I might be misremembering something, but I'm pretty sure it was out of bounds. I remember him being a bit nervous about it. It was that quadfecta where the whole story of the family came into it. which I'm sorry to you all, but I'm sorry to the people involved in that one. But within my team, I kind of just went, right, we are a unit, we are a family. I went, Trent, you keep fucking bitching at me all the time. You're the wife. Fucking typical British thing to fucking say, of course. Fucking, okay, Jake, guess you're my son. Jake, I don't know, uncle, creepy uncle. Go, let's go. And obviously, it was just a random shitty joke thing I was throwing out at the time. But sadly enough, at least within a few of us, it kind of stuck. Me and Trent are now divorced. But we're still by each other. We're still attached to the hip at times, to be fair. And that's, we normally have a rule of thumb with each other. We don't say anything nice about each other in public, but yeah, he's one of my brothers, well, he's my family, so I'm going to say one nice thing, and that was that. He's been there with me now, obviously, with this happening on, we're both going through the same thing, so it's been nice to have him there. So, yeah, sorry, Trent, if I've upset you by being nice to you for once, but it had to be done at least one time. If you ever get a chance to see us again. But yeah, it's kind of the kind of thing was the thing that came out that was I still considered Jake my son at that time, and it was kind of a weird thing in my mind where I was kind of seeing it like it mainly with this tournament, which is why I brought it up. I kind of saw it as he's coming up the ranks quite well, that maybe he could be the one to surpass me, like for across the board, and finally take me down or something like that. I mean, okay, Majoti's took me down on a leaderboard as well, so, and Cake's supposed to beat me in another leaderboard, but shush, it doesn't work. I've been beaten before, but I don't care. It works in my mind and in my stories, so I'm going with it. So it's kind of like a prodigal son thing for me, so I kind of that, and then we kind of dragged Nori into it and just said, right, you're his grandfather. Which kind of made it weird with Foxy Grandma Bloodfish, but still, never the mind. But yeah, Jake was coming into his own there as well, because I had the finals with him in that one. And again, it was just another case of someone bringing other people closer into within the net of the community and keeping the community together. Or one of the major components of doing that. I probably should go into another run now, but I haven't spoken on a personal level yet, so I do at least want to do that once more. So, well, at least once more before I start the next run. So it's probably been no secret to some people. So I have mentioned it a few times, but kind of later. Mentally, I struggled for a long time. And as I was probably say from 2012 is when it started, but it didn't start really rearing its ugly head until the late 2010s, like around 2018, 2019 slightly, but pretty much when 2020 onwards hit. I don't think it was a COVID thing, but I think just the fact that I had more time to think to myself didn't help me, and I really had some struggles to the point where I went silent a number of times. He's as I him alongside a few others, the regulars of the voice call, all of them have helped me out before, but there was one particular instance where I weren't too sure if I was ever coming back out of it. I was kind of fearing, I can't remember exactly what year it was. It would have been like 2020, 2021, I think. I weren't too sure if I was going to come back out of it, to be fair, because I was at a point where I think I'm overthinking too much, and over the years too much has built up, too much has been bottled. It was one thing he did, and for some reason it got me out of it for a while. And it is posted in his Discord, and but to be fair, I think I got shocked and confused by it more than anything. So I was like, why the fuck is Christina V talking to me? I didn't know what Cameo was at the time, but he for some reason went out and got a fucking Cameo from her. Threw me for a fucking loop and a half. I'm trying to figure out whether or not this is real. Let's say it's a small thing to do. But it got me out of it for that time. I mean, I wasn't fully recovered by this point, but that's not really the point of this story. He kind of went out of his way for that. And I don't know how many other people were involved with this. To be fair, I mean, I know Nori was he was the one who got it done, but I don't know how many other people. I can't remember how many other people were involved in making that happen, and that could just be down to my brain being a shit show. Yeah, it was. I did actually ping her in a tweet once about that, and didn't get a response. So clearly, didn't want to learn that much. But it was one of those. It was one of those moments where you know it's kind of like that you mean something to someone in general. And that goes with everyone. That goes with everyone that I'm in with the Discord with on a regular basis. As I've always said, they are my family. Still, that doesn't change. And it's not the first time any of them have helped me out when when I've got off the rails a bit. But I don't know why this one just kind of stuck out. I think it's probably just because of that sudden, like, why the fuck is Christina V talking to me? Kind of moments that just kind of stuck out to me in the sense, like, even though they're always there for you, that's just kind of like an evidence of how far someone might go, even with something simple as getting the voice actress for your favorite speed game to basically say, you got some good people around you. They care about you. I don't know why that. As I say, it could have just been the sudden shock of Christina V fucking just showing up in front of me that it just stuck in my brain. And that's been on my phone since I had to go back a bit to find it to put it up with the Discord. And anyone who's in the Discord also knows that's not the first time he's done something like that. So, yeah, the man's a fucking crazy bastard, goes above and beyond. That's one thing that's always stood out to me. I say that was around that time. Another one, which I've actually I kept from there, and this wasn't meant to be. Yeah, Shentox's already aware of where I'm probably going with this, because he's already called it. Yeah, there was a year he sent several of us a Christmas card, and that in of itself is just general nice thing to do. Mine has a pop-up choo-choo train, but it was what he put in there that made me keep it. And again, it wasn't anything over the top, and to be fair, when you look at it, you could easily see it as, generic is probably not the right word, but it's simple but effective. And I've always kept it since. And as I say, I'm going to take this moment. I think I've mentioned it in the Discord as well, but I'll take the moment here to read it, even here. So I say it's nothing over the top or crazy, but it's just, so as I say again, it's one of those simple things that go a long way. And of course, I like my physical media, so it's always nice to have something physically in my hand. But again, not the first time someone done something like this. I mean, again, I know I'm going off topic a bit, but again, another one of the fam in there, Moni, fucking, without my knowledge, because she knows what I'm like about being sent stuff. She's like, no, don't spend money on me. Fuck off. Then she sent me a random package. I just randomly received it. Like, okay, Moni, what did you do? I'm like, oh. I opened it up. What did I see? A card with a frog on the front. Which, if anybody knows my disdain for Big the Cat, knows why I don't like that. But that was the joke part. Behind it was a copy of a game I didn't think I was ever going to get my hands on. That was just Professor Layton versus Phoenix Wright, the only one I didn't have in the series. And no, it's a simple thing. But the fact that, the thing is, I did say, like, you sure I should send this back to you, because there is value in this game. You can get a bit of money. It's like, no, keep it. I know it's going to mean more to you than it is for me to sell it on. And as I say, it's a small thing, simple thing that means a lot. I mean, even on that note, I probably should have mentioned with the tournament, the very first tournament, I still have it. I'm actually looking at it now. Another thing that made it was part of the tournament, which made me fucking want to win that tournament quite a bit. It was a perler of Shantae from the half GD hero pose when you get the speedrun achievement. And she's laying on the blanket. I had to win the tournament then because fuck, that was going to be mine, and it's still there. Again, it's always the small things. I mean, I know that wasn't specific to me, but that was to the community. She's willing to take the effort to do that for the community, which I'm again probably something that came probably rubbed off from Nori and from others around in life, and just herself being just a kind soul herself. To be fair, gosh, I'm talking about everyone in the family now because it's just, as I say, they mean too much to me. But yeah, anyway. To be fair, she also sent me another perler within that pack, which gave me a fucking heart attack because she failed to tell me that the other perler had glow-in-the-dark properties. So when I turned the light off and I saw Demon Eye staring at me, I shit myself. Not literally, but it felt like it. Anyway. So I'll quickly read this card out and then I probably better go and get one more run in before we carry on. Terrific looking bird it was. It's perfect, to be fair. I will say this. I know there are people that probably know his real name, but out of respect, I won't say the name he's put on here. I will say my own, though. As I say, signing off to me, Ben. Anyone who doesn't know, that's my real name. I wasn't born a turkey. I was born a Ben. Simple as the mind. That's how I say it. Anyway. So it's like, Ben, just wanted to send you something this year. You've been a great friend to me over the years. I want you to know I really appreciate it. As much as I wanted to slip a little gift in within this card, finances won't allow it. Not a part of the card, but I wouldn't have allowed it either, and he knows it. I hope you have a wonderful holiday, and I wish nothing but the best for you in the coming year. Remember that you are the only one holding you back. Best of regards, JT Nori. But of course, you know for a fact, there had to be something. There had to be something else. It couldn't just be nice. So it ends. P.S. Rotty still loves you. Son of a bitch. Fucker. Yes, I read that. I was like, you son of a bitch. It was so nice, and then why'd you do that to me? Of course. Yeah. So I say it was simple but effective and straight to the point. Exactly how I think. And still to this day, it's only ever me that holds me back. Again, it's kind of one of them that, in hindsight, at the time, I kept it because it was something he sent to me. You know, I don't do cards normally very often, and cards don't normally do to me, and usually it's always something generic when it comes to Christmas time. This was a little different, so I always thought to keep it. But of course, in hindsight, it obviously made sense because I've been in its own right. I mean, I've now got something on hand in physical form directly from him. And as I said before, sometimes it's the simplest things that make the biggest impact on a person. And as I him alongside the likes of Moni and Trent, who I've mentioned a number of times here, because to be fair, even though a number of these stories has had Nori at the helm, them two have also pulled me out of a few mental hiccups over the time. Because once I let myself go downhill a bit, it's hard to convince me of anything else. So they've always pulled me out one way or another. And I mean, I'm pleased to say, from weirdly enough, something that happened with overtime at work last year, but obviously coupled with everything else over the times that now, although I will always still have some problems with my mind, I've been legitimately happy for the first time since last year in well over a decade. And just because it was, even though the ending may not of me coming back may have had to do with someone else completely. It's all of these things in between that kept me going to know that maybe one day I could be happy again. Unfortunately, by the time this ends, I'm going to say in the worst part of Nori, he made me feel, damn it. The fact that you got people that can make you feel human is always a nice feeling, especially when you don't feel human yourself sometimes. Okay, how long was I chatting for? About 30 minutes? Let's do another run, and this will probably be the last run, given the time. Because I'll probably have, based on the time frame I'm sure there's a lot of things from the past, stories I could have mentioned that did not quite come to mind at this point. Where not because they're not memorable, it's just there's too much. To be fair, there's a lot that could be unpacked, and that could be stuff I can talk about as I go. And I'm mainly just trying to hit some of the key elements that come to mind. Very much that, Diane. Very much that. He was better than he ever knew. And unfortunately, he would never, I don't think he would have ever accepted anyone being positive about him in his own mind. And of course, I'll say I know that because I was no different. As I said before, there's a reason why we considered each other twins, and unfortunately, it wasn't just. I say personality. We had some differences in personality, but we've always showed some form of kindness. But it was, a number of it was down to just our pessimistic attitude at times about ourselves, not about other people or even the world around us. At times, it was mainly against ourselves. And that's one thing I wish he didn't still have. But again, I'm still negative about myself. I mean, anyone says to me, you've already seen it, Shentok calls me cute, I'm calling him a drunk. You know what I mean? There were just some things you're never going to convince me on. It was the same with him. And I guess in its own weird, messed up way, that was another reason. That was another one of those reasons why I connected so well with him. Because we thought alike in so many ways that it was kind of scary at times. Don't really know what to do with that when it comes. But I digress. Although a funny Discord moment came to my mind. Just a random off-the-cuff one, just a light-hearted one, and I don't know why it was so funny to us. To be fair, I actually mentioned this the other night, actually, to be fair, but I think there's some of us was in the call one. I think we were sharing like old school pictures of us when we were younger, and for some reason the one Nori showed us, it was just him in, I think it was like in a little kind of suit thing, happy as Larry, walking around with keys. And we were all, for some reason, we were all giggling our asses off like little kids going, why has he got keys? And even he's like laughing his ass going, I don't know, why do I have keys? Why do you have keys? It's fucking stupid. It was a silly fucking interaction, but it was one that stuck with us because it was like, why are we laughing so much? It's keys. Why do you have them though? I don't know. Dashes off the bed there. Fair enough, mate. Was it? Oh, you need to be up in like 6. I thought you said it was like 6. I was like, wait, is it that late? No, I don't remember. Oh, TV's going to turn off. Yeah, no. Fair enough, bud. You get yourself to bed, my man. I'll catch you around next time. I'm probably going to go one more run. Because in my mind, I'm thinking I'll do one more run and one more reminiscence, given the time frame I'm in with this whole reminiscence thing. I think the last thing I'm going to be talking about is some of the, unfortunately, some of the last main memories I've had of him in the recent years. I think at that point it might be the best way to end it. I mean, technically this is run 4. So the first run we did was 3%, even though it weren't a 3%, it was just something I did to pay homage to him. And I do have a file there, so I think for the last reminiscence I might do that soft lock and do the last reminiscence I can think off the top of my head. Yeah, good idea, and take care, my man, and get you around. Right. So yeah, that was a much longer reminiscence I was originally planning, but as I say, that's just what came to my mind at the time. So yeah, just how it goes. I know you all don't mind, but yeah, just speaking general. Probably shouldn't have read that card. now I'm. As I say, I'm not really that emotional person. Sometimes I can cry, sometimes I can't. I only have a little bit of a tear in it at the moment, but internally I feel like I'm fucking brewing up a fucking tear storm. I'm not gonna lie, but unfortunately it just is. That's how my body likes to work these days. It's shit. Right, one more run, I think, because that'll take us to just before 2. Well, 2 o'clock over here. Bit of a chat. Take us to around 3, and then that'll give me an hour to just get back and calm, like chill down before I go to bed. I think that works. So let's get it on. 3. Actually, before I get it on, let me just make sure I didn't miss anything in the chat from that last set of interactions. Miracle Worker, yeah. And the Humanity Voice, the Pearl. Yeah, dig that card out if you can, Shentok. You know, that's a physical piece of media you have there. No worries, man. As I say, I felt like if I'm going to do something, I have 1 or 2 other plans in my mind that I still would like to do, but I'm saving them till next month, the month after, possibly. Simply because we've got Risky's Revolution coming up as well, so there's going to be focus on that, and you know, I'm going to be going as quite well on that because I want to. Alongside, you know, I'm just hoping he was ever still around to be able to watch us do the play. He wanted to see the casual play with me because he knows I suck casually, so it'd have been fun. But yeah, we'll have that, and then I'll see at that point. But yeah, no, I'm glad you're having a good time. I'm glad that if it helps in any way, I'm glad. But yeah, if I'm doing something for the now, as it's happened, you know, obviously pay the respects to him now while we can. So if I leave it a bit too long, it might not feel right or feel as poignant. So this is just my way of doing it, which is a different approach, but it works for me, and hopefully it works for everyone else too. Yeah, it doesn't look like I missed anything. Okay, cool. Let's do it. 3, 2, 1. Oh, the timer didn't start. Fuck's sake. Emotional destruction! I can't even set a timer off. Fuck. I can't make you either. God damn it. Right. Pirate mode. 3, 2, 1. Off we go. There we go. Timer starts. One more time. Let's see if we can get a 51 on this one. Of course, by all means, people want to keep the chatter going, keep the chatter going. The 51's not as important as, you know, having a good time and trying to keep everyone all good. Do. Wow, good gems. All big 5s. So should be high probability of early flare shopping. Okay, 1 gem should do it. Only got 2, so that worked out.
Ow, Baron.
Nice. Okay, no charge. Nice indeed, Rocco, nice indeed. $205. Good start. Plus early flare, guaranteed. I mean, of course, if I'm talking pure time, it would be quicker to not pick up the shot flare and get the actual orc flare. For obvious reasons, I believe if you get the shot flare, it's an average of, obviously it depends how quick you are, you're menuing and you're shopping. I think it's somewhere in the range of like 15 to 18 seconds save. If you could get it naturally from the orc, you're looking at about 25 to 30 seconds save. And that's assuming you don't go into the shop at all. If you go into the shop, you're already at the 15 to 18. In that kind of ballpark. And that's mainly with this particular category. The reason I say that is any percent general shot flare, although, well, shot flare, I mean, if you get regular flare drop, then same principle. But the shot flare is much more awkward. Considering you need more gems for more items, mainly potions for out of bounds trickery, but also in terms of dart magic, because dart magic, although still that's it, shot flare is kind of irrelevant. But if you get the early flare from the orc, it's still a time save, but you've still got to reroute, either reroute or still collect the initial Cacklebot in the top left of the forest. Which will always be a time thing. From the shop, if you do the shop, then rerouting either way will put you on to closer to about a 4 to 5 second profit. But because if you do a shop flare, you spent the extra money on the flare, that means you will be guaranteed to be shorter gems for your next shop to get your hair upgrades. Or you just get the hair upgrades and lose a bit of time anyway for a little bit until you can pick them up. Which will that mean? It basically means those remaining 4 or 5 seconds you have will likely be lost from the regrind if you lose 7 seconds from the free regrind on the early one, or 6 on the best one if you leave it till much later, so you're still going to lose the time, so to speak. You could tell I played this a little too much. And this is assuming my knowledge is still accurate, because in all fairness, this is knowledge accumulated over the years, mainly in the earlier years. After that, it was just kind of like, I'm just play the game and just do what I can. Any gifts? No gifts. You know Rocco's watching you when nothing happens, when no items happen on you. Oh, if I was a flare, I would have eaten my words instantly. I mean, a bento box I'll take, but maybe it's like, when Rocco's watching and you get nothing, flare. What the fuck? Came instantly. Fuck you! Oh no. No, you stay. Got the item position. Yeah, for some reason that's just like that's just my curse with this fucking game anymore. You know, Shantae and Turkey's curse. Whenever I play it and somebody else is watching me, it doesn't. Certain people usually, but you know, it's not guaranteed. But you know, people watch you, bang, you get nothing. But if I watch them, oh no, they get everything. It's like the game knows to piss me off. That's where like the running joke. To be fair, this was from a while back, but the running joke again is, to be fair, this is originally with me and Nori with this game originally. Because again, we both started at about the same time. He died about 2 months prior to me. Well, obviously, with us two we've been, even by the tournament, the first tournament, we'd been considered the veterans of this game, doing it for 3 years by that, well, 2-3 years by that point, that we always said because we're veterans, the game just knows, so it just doesn't give us anything. That's where that's where it originated from, with being him just giving each other shit. Like, we never get any drops. Well, yeah, we're veterans now. We're not going to get anything.
Pirate flare activated.
And funny enough, this jump that I'm about to do now, that's one of the earliest things Nori taught me. As I said, we've learned stuff off each other over the years, but when I started doing the normal mode run, I was always thinking, like, you flare back, and it's like, well, wait, oh no, 124. Okay, no, I know what I'm doing. Sorry. I was wondering what happened. I was like, wait, cash is a bit low. I was like, no, I just don't pick up the potions. But it was literally a case of, well, isn't this a hard part of the run for you, mate? Because it's literally like you've got a tiny window to jump before Risky catches you, and then you have to come back on the island. It's like, how do you get the timing down for that? How do you figure that? Because I've seen you do it very, because this is you buffer the jump. I was like, oh, you fucker. It was just a buffer jump all along. Like, fuck. Okay, that makes it much easier, thank you. Oh, shit. No bubble this time, game. What happened? I'm just doing a quick mic check, so I don't mind the double voice if it is. Okay, good. Just doing it a few times now, here and there, because of the way it's been throughout the night. Just doing it a few times now, here and there, because of... I mean, okay, well, I'm talking about learning something new. I did not actually know that. Or I just decided to be oblivious to it because it's pretty known to most people that I don't like the back transformation in Half Genie Hero. Wait, that's yours. Have I not been paying attention these last 10 years? They probably do have the arms on them. I've probably just not noticed. Oops. You know more than me about this game, apparently. Sorry. You're now the veteran. Take over. Sadly enough, it's always the little things that I don't fucking notice. And that is, unfortunately, very true. I think I was doing costume. I think it was a costume mode thing I did during the Half Genie Hero stuff. Not speedrun, casual. And I literally went through the carpets thing on Cape Rusty, the first part of that, about 4 or 5 times, because I was still missing a Dream Squid. And of course, people in the chat was nice enough to not give me spoilers or backseating, as I've always had. And it was literally out in the open, and I missed it 4 or 5 times, blatantly. And when I finally found it, they were all like, "Thank fuck for that." No move. Ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba-da-dum. Something nice. Don't really need that heart, but the absorption of it is literally for timing purposes. It just helps to time when to maneuver in that room. Which, if I say if it's cash anyway, we usually do that naturally. Oh, lobtail this time. I was going to say, what, another fucking bubble? Pop me. Nope, lobtail this time. That's an animation skip at the very least. Always a time save. Nice. 12:29. Nice. Nice enough. Could be better, could be worse. Basically, I can't decide where exactly I'm at, so I'm just saying the positive and then the negative. That's all I can think of.
Oh yeah. I did it.
In up to the spiderweb island. Where we come to cry.
Ready.
There's always the one section that we don't like. Quite obviously. Run away! I said run away! No! And the run begins. Why? Why make me do this? Can we just, I don't know, can we just put her on the floor and wrap a string around her leg? Okay. You know there's something going on in my mind when I willingly stopped for the gatekeeper and I still got hit. Oh no. Damn you emotions. That's not blind. Oh no, like, I never stopped there. Why did I just do that? Whoops. Now here's a question you never thought you'd be answering. What's the worst thing you can do in a Pirate's Curse? The answer's quite simple. Run, blindfolded. I've attempted it. I got to the room before this room. And that took a while. Do not try it. I assure you, you won't like it. Oh God, what am I doing? No, panic! For a moment there, I forgot which of the graves stood up. Take them. And one more for verification. Perfect. Oh. Yeah, no, I wouldn't. I'm guessing that emote is music enjoyment. So I'm not very good with emotes, so I try to figure it out. I'm usually wrong. It is good music, I'll give it that. The only problem is I have to hear this track every single run, no matter what. But then again, it's just doing the section as a whole. I mean, that's been a question that's been asked of us as well. Like, I mean, any runner who has played this game for so long eventually ends up going with, fuck this section. Do we really hate it? Well, I guess I can't answer for everyone, but do I really hate it? Not really. Kind of a weird thing to say out loud, but to be fair, the honest answer for this section is I don't think it's a bad section. It's testing your platforming skills in that sense. I just think it went on longer than it needed to. When the speedrun section of this is anywhere between 4.5 to 5 minutes, ooh, full extent. That's when you know it's gone on a bit too long. Casually, it just, yeah. Well, when this happens, it goes on for too long. But yeah, no, that's my honest answer about it. It's not a bad section, it overstays its welcome. I don't think I can make the cycle. Nah, definitely not. Tease the Cacklebot. Watch out for the Cacklebot. Bum 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 bum. 1910 for the split. Thought me, you actually went that far, did you? You really are becoming the veteran. You've updated the numbers. In which case, if you're the veteran, can I start getting some good fucking items now? Please? Yeah, fair enough. You could probably add a few seconds for my timing. Because about to say, my timing is I'd usually say it's from the moment you start I don't know if it's when you start the section or if it's when you run into the section with the cutscene. I think it's when you start the section to when you drop her off and you get just in time. And yeah, that's another thing. That was another thing with Nori. Again, when you get to that point, it just at least for a bit of time, you just get in your chat just in time, but not just in as in just in, as in the name Justin. Just in time is here to save the day, as he stops run from it personally happening anymore. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, how people time it is just, that's down to them, because that's down to the individual really, but it's not an over-the-top major, it's just, we both have different timing aspects, but the results are still pretty much the same. Where's my Super Pipe Ball gone, game? Where's my Super Pipe Ball gone, game? Last chance. Do it. Do it. Damn it! It would have been fitting. Oh yeah, definitely. It would have been fitting if we had the Nori flare. Ah well, maybe in another run another day, but. Fun fact, this dungeon music is a rendition of the Dribble Fountain from GBC. It's kind of fitting because you also have the hidden section that is a rendition of it's a creation of the original Dribble Fountain layout. Nice. 22-29 for the split. Good fight. It's good to see I can do that fight well, still, because that's always one of those ones that can be a little iffy at times. Just getting the rhythm right. That's really all that fight is. It's mainly rhythm and just pray that he decides to not just fuck off from the other side of the screen. Because it's not often that can happen, but I wouldn't call it rare, but it's a little more than uncommon. Oh, I think the pipe balls were about to disappear. Glowing dark red.
I'm ready.
Just to give me some milk. Just a little bit of milk. Just a single bit of milk. Well, fuck you, green cacti. Yeah, okay, don't get me wrong, it gave me a bubble shield, but honestly, that's not important compared to the milk. Milk's twice the price. If I have to, I can buy a bubble shield. That's easy enough to sort. So you'd rather have the milks. Oh, I know. Still want the other milks, though. Unfortunately, one super milk for the entire run is not going to cut it. And to be fair, there's a general rule of thumb, although it's not like a fixed aspect, but I guess it depends on how you choose to run the game, because this game can be run multiple ways. You could do it without having any of the RNG be a factor. But then you're going pure cash, which an average run will be much slower than getting a okay to decent RNG pattern. But for the way I've been doing it for the longest time, where it's basically a case of you just work with what you get, and then you fix everything as you go, kind of scenario. By the time you're done with tan lines, you want to have everything that you want for the run in an optimal position. Even if it's not the best buffs. If you get the best buff, that's brilliant. That would be ideal. But it's not necessarily a case of you must have all strongs to be able to do a run. You'll lose time if you don't, sure. But if you get those items, it's better to just go forward, accept those certain time losses, because if you try to recover it to get the best items, you're going to lose that time back. You're going to lose that time anyway, so. Once tan line's done, you ideally want at least the principles of your route set, because then you can eliminate any other potential pickup zones to worry about. But of course, if you don't get everything you want, you still have options then to how you want to route it. That goes to go a long way, because why not? So obviously, if I don't get anything, it'd be a case of, well, do I hybrid some grinds? Do I go for gem position? Obviously, if I'm really low, then I'll try and set up a gem position whilst trying to get item position, because it could be a problem. You can't once you're done with Oubliette, you don't really have many gem positions to work with. And there's a very, pretty much all the gem positions are out your way or cost a lot of time to hit. So if if there's a good possibility of a shot, then you go to likely pick up some gems along route, which in Oubliette is a good position for you because you can get, even if you just grab the gems on route exactly, you can get 100 gems for 10 seconds. Fish line. Fish line. Unfortunate. I mean, I could have gone the other side and tried to do a hot pistol, but that would have been risky. And I don't tend to do that. Okay. Let's see if we have a shot at this. Chibata. We'll go with the original Chihuahua. Don't know why. Not convinced. I would have. Bastard. I went for it, but it fucking hit my input. Or I hit the jump too early. I wasn't convinced I was going to have enough time for it, but I thought I'll fucking go for it. But yeah, it hit my input, so I had no chance then. This one looks much more promising. Oh, really? Oh, now I'm losing time like crazy, but in all fairness, as I've said, I'm not trying to hit like a big major run for this session. I'm just doing the run kind of thing. I'm pretty sure that should have been fine, and that's too low. Okay, so each of those captures is roughly 22 seconds, I believe. So that's 44-second loss. I think I did that slightly off, so there's more time lost there. It's a shame, this was actually a really good run, but as I say, I thought, fuck it, I felt like I had the opportunity, I'm just going to go for it. Even if I doubted it, it's like, fuck it, just go for it. Dun 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 dun. Okay, we're good. So I'll probably say 22, and then maybe an additional cycle loss of about 6-7 seconds. Let's say about a minute. Given time position that I was at before entering here, most of the areas felt good. So let's say I imagine I would have been originally like mid-29s. So this will probably be mid-30. I mean, it could be longer than mid-30 if I chose to leave this bitch in a cell. It's like, nope. It's one way to lose a speedrun. Just, nope, not setting you free. 4 girls, oh shit, 4 girls, 1 rope. 30-19 for the split. Okay, that's actually better than I thought I was on. So I would imagine I was probably on like a 29-15 to 29-20. Which, yeah, that would have been really good. I mean, this is still 51 potential if everything else goes really well, but obviously with an average pacing run, we're probably looking at a 52 again. Still good though. Of course, I've just got to double check my item position because I've not really been paying attention to that. I know I've got at least a super milk. Everything else, nah. Super milk, regular milk, super pike, and at least 1 bubble. Okay. GG turkey. I don't know what the fuck I did there, to be honest. I'm not saying the game screwed me over, I don't know what I was thinking. I just screwed up my hand position on the controller and then just did nothing right. You know what, fuck it then. You want me to stop the Scott Gal? Fine. Bitch. You made me stop for 5 gems? What an asshole. Yeah, the 51's probably going to fall off the table at this rate. Nice shot. Should have gone for the thingy, but never mind. Fucking hell, the game's not being nice. I'm not the veteran anymore, Rocco is. Be nice to me. This could be a problem. If they're both drops with one of them being a milk, I might be okay. Okay, that worked out brilliantly. Thank you, game. Thank you, Rocco. Appreciate it. Too early. Momentumless booties. I should have done Super Milk regular Pipe Ball here. Then I could have gone Super Pipe Ball on its own. Okay, so I don't think he dashed. So delaying this time. Down. 33.50 for the split. Yeah, it's good to get a momentumless boots, but out of all of the boots positions that you could get it, that one is probably the least saving. But that's literally because it's one of the few momentumless boots that you can go for that you don't need to reshuffle if you don't get it. You just keep going forward. It's still a time loss, of course. And I say you get momentumless boots, it's always going to be a bit of a time save because you get to keep some momentum, but it's not as major, it's not as big in comparison to some of the others. Although in all fairness, most of the momentumless boots don't save you a shitload of time. Let's say the average momentumless boot will probably be 3 to 5 seconds in that range, and that's mainly down to the fact that it's just a case of most of them you reshuffle to get your momentum back, so it's the time you lose is basically the time it takes to reshuffle, so some of them could be just 2 odd seconds. I think the only one that could really cost you closer to the 3 to 5 is the Oubliette Suffering one, which pretty much to my knowledge Nori was the only one who ever really went for that. Because you could just keep the dash going from underneath the ground. You don't have to give up the momentum. You just lose a little bit of time from like hitting enemies or hitting blocks in this scenario. The other one that is most known is you usually have to like stuff like here doesn't really matter because if you don't get it, you would have to. If you didn't go for it, you'd have to reset anyway. Same with the one on not Tassel, whatever the other dungeon is. I forgot what they're called. What am I doing? I mean, okay, sure it works, but I don't know what I went for there. Oh, I have plenty. Cool. I got plenty of animations to get fail. Bam. Where am I at? 2, 1. Okay, so I might... Position. I don't think I need to worry about any gem position. Because it'll naturally happen for at least a super milk purchase. So I don't need to worry about gem collection. Or I just get it from the wolf and then I'm hunky-dory. Although actually I don't think I need anything. Oh no, I've got another potion in mine. I say if I got two super milks, so no. I can go super pipe or Dagron, and then 1 weak, 1 strong final fight. I mean, I'll still go for the wolves, but it's not needed. It's not necessarily needed, but if I happen to get if I happen to get an extra super pipe ball, that'd be great. Or get super pipe balls, that'd be great. But if they give me milk drops, because I'm planning on holding back my 2 milks, so won't be as relevant. Gimme head, gimme head, gimme head, 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 gimme head, gimme head, gimme head, head, head. Oh, gimme head, gimme head, gimme head, head, head. Alright, so gimme head, gimme head, gimme head, head, head. No! Head, head, head. Gimme head, gimme head, gimme head, head, head. Gimme head, gimme head, gimme head, head, head. Gimme head, gimme head, head, head. 3808. Fucking gamers, you ruined the song. I don't know who you are, but I want to hurt you. Manly Musk. Spectre, give me super pieball. Worth a try. I'm still going to go for the beetles because if I can get a milk from a beetle, well, no, actually, there's no beetles. There's just last chance beetle, which is not really needed. Okay, never mind. Dun, 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 dun. Oh fuck it, let's go for him. Last chance beetle. You know what? I don't need to, but I'm going to do this. It does mean I may have to shop, which means I'm going to lose potentially more time, but back it. I want to fuck Dagron up. Granted, it's only going to be a 3-rounder potential. I think 2-rounder is possible if I get all the ascension damage nice. Not enough. Definitely won't be enough because he went short. Yeah, 40-14 for the split. So yeah, if he would have actually gone long on the second round, then it could have been possible if I got the right ascension damage. But yeah, no, unfortunately he went short. So the only bit of real knowledge we have for that fight, well, we know he gets faster as he takes more damage, but we also know his swoops are in groups of 3. I'm just throwing random knowledge out there, but yeah. He will always do 1 short in every 3 swoops. So if he does it straight away, you know the next 2 are long, basically. To be fair, that fight can be done quicker than how I do it by, jumping closer to him to get hit sooner. But oh shit! But for some reason, I don't do that. I've just always just felt comfortable doing it the way I do it. Frostbite Island, time to freeze my tits.
Let's go.
Fuck you, Barney! Okay, because I did that route, I need to get at least a milk drop. Guaranteed. I need to milk drop to prevent the shot. But the other reason why I did it is because if I do get drops, then as long as I can get one or the other, and it'll still be beneficial. Whereas before, if it was a milk, it wouldn't have been worth it. Unfortunately, if I did keep the milk, this would have been brilliant. Well, I don't remember how this works, but I'm going to do something dumb. Oh, didn't mean to get knocked down, but that'll do. Do not try this at home. Thing is, I don't fully remember how this works, so... Oh, shit. I don't remember how this fully works, so this is just going to be an absolute waste, but fuck it. Can't remember, is it next screen? Yeah, let's see what happens. It's not going to work. I'm not going to get it, but let's just do it anyway.
Total restoration.
I actually... No, I didn't. I was going to say, shit, I got the regen, but it's like, no. That happens anyway. What you're supposed to get... For those who are not familiar with the trick, because it literally was a trick that was found. It was either just before or during the very first time in 2018, and basically it goes something like this: when you use an auto potion in the air, you will get a regeneration on your cannons. However, a bit like Fireball Double Jump, you have a frame when you come out of auto potion to jump off of an invisible floor. I think you're supposed to be able to help it by pressing left or right or something like that on the D-pad as well, but I might be misremembering that bit. If you can get the right height on your first set of jumps with the hat, I can't remember if you actually need the hat, to be fair, I just did that out of natural instinct. But if you can get enough height from your first set of jumps, being like peak jumps, and get the air jump as well with the regen cannons, you can reach that ledge without having to go up the other side. And it also brings you to the other side, the right side of Bolo, instead of having to go up and around the top and then drop down to him. But because of the time you stand still to do the trick and set up, the overall time save is not as much as you may think. 4 to 5 seconds. But it's still a time save.
Pirate flare activated.
As I'm doing dumb things, let's go for a mill. Unfortunately, Scarecrows could give me a super fireball, which I no longer need. No, I don't need, because I've never used it. So I have 2. I should have 2 now. Nope. Oh, well, fuck it, more gems. I get to 100, I can buy a bobber shield as well for thingy. Okay, sure, why not? Well, that's no idea. I mean, good for speed's perspective, but not good for balls. Greed is good. Tell that to my belly. Too close. That's not close enough.
Pirate flare activated.
Oh yeah, it is. I thought I was just going to be singed pubes. Greens? Well, where did green come from? I have no idea what's happening. Oh. Yeah, I should have seen that one coming. Fuck off. Yeah, it's kind of a funny thing where it's like you didn't have to do something. You could have easily had what you need for the shop. But because I'm going to go back to the shop anyway, it's like, well, what could I do that doesn't cost me too much time, if any time at all, that could benefit me from the shop? So getting the extra few gems there meant I can get a bubble, which will help me have a steal. Although it's technically not a time saver steel mag. I mean, if steel mag gives you like high-end RNG, you don't need the bubble. You're set, but obviously having the bubble, on an average RNG pattern, you will have more opportunities to get the pattern figured out quickly. Okay, that would have been better. But then again, that's because your other choice ended up being Roddy Top, so of course anything else would have been better. Unfortunately. Fair. Got to be careful now because the time delay could cause that block to land on your head. Well, as I now have the boss, I could potentially make the time back that I lost and get a one-cycle maggot. You know, it's only precise, and you got to hope the maggot decides to be RNG nice to you and leave his tail out just a little bit longer. Yeah. Oh, of course it's button fucking 1. Yeah, well, I'm not getting a one cycle now. Button 1 is the worst for it. Nice. 49.12. So yeah, it's a 52-minute run again. Which, okay. Obviously the speedrunner in me is going like, oh, I couldn't even get 151 in this, especially when I'm running all right. Like, oh, that's fucking a shame. But obviously I know why. I know part of the reason why. I mean, obviously one of the reasons is I'm not really thinking in the mindset of get the fastest time. I'm just like, get a good time, do some random shit, have a bit of fun. Yeah, so it makes sense. Although to be fair, I'm probably actually getting better times than I probably should with that mindset. That mindset, I should probably be flapping in the water somewhere, struggling. I have no idea anymore. I am doing the noblest of traditions of the British, talking bollocks. There's how we would say it. Fuck you, seagull. Fuck's sake. And there's another Nori memory that just popped into mind. Again, I don't know how many people know. I'm sure a good amount does because he said it a lot. He said it during the stream a lot as well. But we had the Cabbage Game was another runner who came up with the Stevens in regards to, let's call them the sperm worms in the run. However, this particular seagull is also called Steven. All because of a Nori pun joke, Steven Seagull. Yep. It is, but unfortunately it's a pun, so I automatically do not like it. Oh, got away with it. And the sad thing is I always groaned at the puns for the most part, but now I'm going to fucking miss the living shit out of them. Which I guess that does also give me another memory of fucking do not challenge a pun master. My very first live event performance, UKSM 2017. Nori was kind enough to do the commentary for me for the Pirates Curse run. And of course, he donated because he always does. During the run, I was doing a Hundo run, so I gave both him and my couch partner, Air Snake, who's also a pond master, the opportunity to go crazy with ponds because I was, I don't know what to talk about whilst I'm grinding for gems. And all Nori said was, don't worry, I'm cooking something up. I should have been worried about that to begin with. And then the donation came in. And it was glorious. You see, there's many memories that I've not spoken of during this particular session. But to be fair, if I was to think of every single one, guarantee you I would not be doing any runs. I'd literally just be spending the entire session talking about it. Unfortunately, my brain does let me down on a number of things, so remembering everything off the top of my head is not easy. $52.49. But yeah, no, kind of a something thing I was considering. And I've not actually said this particular thing out loud at this stage because I'm not fully sure how I would go about it exactly. Even though with the laptop I have, I should be able to do something, but again, it'll be something I'll consider down the line. I will ask for certain help with others as well, because it's not something I plan for myself to be the only one in the channel or in the chat for it, and it'll probably be open to a lot of people. But basically the general principle would be trying to do a stream where we gather up a number of memories and achievements that he has, and kind of like have a watch, like a stream watch show type thing. That's the idea I had in my head, but that's going to be down the line if that actually gets bored. I will need some certain help for that. I don't know why I thought I'd share that now, but there you go. As I say, there's a few things I got in my head in terms of what I wouldn't mind doing. How many of them come to fruition, we'll see. It's not going to be something I'm going to push for right away or something like that. This is what this session's for. Everything else we'll see. Cheers for the GGs, by the way, though. Just one last mic check. I'm sure it's fine, but yeah, that's definitely fine. Okay, cool. Right.
Shantae and the Pirate's Curse.
Obviously, I did this for him at the very start of the session. But that was more of a call out to say, don't worry, I'm not going to make you see this yet, kind of thing. This time now, I don't know why, I feel like this is probably a more fitting screen to end, or at least in terms of stream purposes, the final reminiscence of whatever goes from my head. I don't know why, I think it's just more of a case of, I think you'd be happy with this screen in particular. Rotted suffering, we don't have to do run, fuck you all, kind of thing, yeah. So that brings us to current times. Obviously, I've kind of gone with early to mid to forward with some of the main things I remember from the community, some of the main things that stuck out to me from a personal level. So I think the last major memory from the speedrun side of things with him, there's only really one for me. Because it was literally the only thing that we hadn't done together by this point. that I've been wanting to do for a long time. I mean, both, we've ran from the start with both of us starting on the game. We've ran side by side. We've represented different category aspects. We've done our best to kind of keep the run alive at that time. So, to be fair, I'm not saying it would have died if we didn't carry on with it, but no one else was really running it that much at the time. But, from that, as I've already said, the opening the first ever tournament up together as the opening run. Obviously working one another, with obviously doing the quadfectas and all that jazz. Obviously everything I've already spoke about so far. The only thing we never did to this point was run together at a charity event. And of course, nothing tops what I've already said in the Shantae Discord, for me at least. Nothing's going to top his race with Tina. It was the right stage. I mean, we're talking pure time. Obviously the run could have been a bit faster, but in terms of the representation of the community, the camaraderie with the people on that stage, from the commentators to the runners themselves, just the thrill of the run, that ending came out of fucking nowhere. I'd watched that run back. I literally watched that run back on the same day I heard, or we received the news. And I had to stop a few times because it caught me off guard. Well, I say caught me off guard. I mean, obviously, it's like nothing really changed. I mean, I'm kind of holding off of talking about the charity run we did at the moment, because I'm kind of, again, reminiscing on this. I mean, it is still a recent time after he went away. I don't know how else to word it with my brain at the moment, but watching that run back again, I forgot I donated to that. To during that, which it don't surprise me that I do, because obviously showing me support. And of course, he knows I like to fly under the radar, so he tells everyone I held almost every leaderboard category at that time. I was like, for fuck's sake, thanks. No, I don't know what it was. It literally, there was a point later in the run where the Nutbuster happened. And I don't know why it hit me so much now. At the time, I mean, I remember, now it happened, I forgot what he actually said at the time, in recent times, but at the time when it happened, I do remember sort of like, I just got kind of I just smiled to myself going, yeah, cheers, man. I love it. My one major contribution to one of the major things that people like to do in the speed run is the Nutbuster, which technically loses you time. And he got it. He got it in the run. It wasn't the fact that he got it though. I forgot that during that he literally called it to me. Like, there's always like, this one's for you, Turkey, and it's just like, oh fuck. I don't know. I'm not fully sure why it hit me more now compared, and it might just be the fact that obviously we just received the news, so it's kind of like, I'm not too sure how to really word that, but yeah, it got something for me on one of the speedrun's biggest stages for some reason, as silly as the particular thing was. I mean, it's blowing up a Cyclops' balls, and how on earth they got away with actually shouting Nutbuster, I don't fucking know. But it's the fact that he called, I suppose it's probably the fact that he called to me in that sense, and obviously it's just kind of, I know, obviously this kind of a weird hindsight, this was a run back in 2018. I think it was 2018. I think it was around 2018. That's what GDQ happened. But I don't know. I guess it just, with it being so fresh and just hearing him call to me per se, kind of snapped at me a bit at the time. So yeah, I kind of went backwards on myself here because I was meant to be going forward. So let's go forward. Let's go forward a bit again and go back to the charity event. So I mean, it was one of those things where I just kind of asked him. It was not the last, but it was one of the last Game Over Cancers events that were being done, hosted by Strizer, who I originally met through Cyber Shadow, and yeah, he's one of the main people there, helping to get it off the ground, kind of thing. He was restreaming, and he put together the ONOT tournament, the one night only tournament, and the main tournament when we produced. And I got to communicate with him a bit more when he needed some extra people for commentary, and I volunteered quite a lot. So always an honour to represent his stage, which I did a few times at this point. But I just said, look, I'm putting these runs forward. What do you think about joining me for the Pirates Curse one? Because I think this would have been, I can't remember if it was 2023 or 2024. It weren't long before, he stopped running for a while. And eventually I got a message back saying, like, what's your estimate expected? Well, this if we have any percent, this if we have ADM as the incentive. And he agreed, and we went on, and I finally got to represent on the stage. Well, on the stage, but online in this case. But finally got to represent the game with him, but now this time not just for putting the community out there or just as part of competition. Even though we was racing against one another, we was there together helping to raise money, which kind of like it's kind of a nice thing to be able to do something for someone else within something that I enjoy doing as a hobby, speedrunning or gaming alike in general. Unfortunately, fate decided to play dirty that day, and Nori got the rarest softlock in this game's history, which fucking sucked at the time. Knowing that was unfortunate, again looking back at it now, it's like knowing that that's the final time I ever got to run with him per se in this game. It sucks that that's the way he got sent out with it, at least in terms of working with me. So really not the nicest thing in that sense, but it literally is the rarest one. For those who are not familiar with it, it's when you're transitioning from Frostbite into Propeller Town up that chain. There's a very rare possibility if you try and jump it up too quick, it kind of does a weird glitch thing where it shows Shantae trying to climb back down the chain whilst in transition. So when you go into the next screen, you're actually under the loading zone and you can't get back through it. And it's just game over. You can't do nothing about it. And he got twatted with that. I mean, yeah, not the way I would have wanted things to go, obviously, but you can't do nothing about that. That's just the game being a complete cock. But at least if anything, if one of my last speedrunning memories alongside him has to be, well, I got to help raise money for charity with this man. That's probably as fitting as can be, going from just playing the game just to have some fun, to try and put it out there a bit more, to getting the community more involved, and then eventually all the way down the line to, okay, we've done pretty much everything with this game, now let's try and raise some money for others. It was kind of just, for me it was at least fitting that would be if there was going to be anyway. I mean, obviously I would have preferred it if we both finished the run, but you can't do nothing if the game decides to be a dick. How you doing, Trent? Fine, done with the meeting. Nice. I didn't realise she was in a meeting, sorry. I'm just having my last reminiscence to complete the stream, I would say, because as I say, I didn't plan any of this. In general, I just knew I was going to do runs and I was going to talk about him for a bit, and it just kind of went with start from the beginning, and then I just went progressively forward. So that was the last time we ever did anything together with Pirates Curse. I think it's probably the last thing we did together in speedrunning. I mean, I know not far off of that time he stepped back away from it, from speedrunning as a whole, from live streaming mainly, but he didn't really do any real speedrunning at the time, from what I remember, until Risky's Revolution. The GBA version got released and he come back for that. So I mean, it's good it's at least nice that he's going to have an imprint in that game. I mean, by this point, some of us knew, at least on the Elijah General, that his mind struggled more in this year compared. Obviously, he weren't well. We know that. I'm not going to say any more than that because I don't say it's not something that I probably should really throw out there in that sense. The only thing I would say is we knew he weren't well, but we certainly didn't think it was like this, or at least I didn't. I was not expecting to come back from work one day and be like, oh, by the way, guess what's happened? Obviously that's not how it went, but you don't say. Hence why this stream, well, I'm not going to say it had to happen, but this is why I wanted to do this stream in the way that I'm doing it. And this, to be fair, this isn't even a case of this will be my way of just getting everything out there to try and get myself through this. This is for everyone who it could help, for anyone that is suffering through with this. Of course it is. I get help out of this as well, of course, but I just felt like it would be more fitting to, at least for me, just to share with anyone who had a legit connection or interest with him, what kind of man he was with me, how I saw it. For those who may not have known him as much, and just to share that he is the best of us, without a doubt. I'll get to that bit in a bit, because it was going to be like a final send-off or final send-off type thing in the plan, in my head at least, to a degree. I said not planning, I'm just speaking whatever comes out kind of thing. You're going into, I mean, recent times, let's say from personal, I mean, I wasn't around as much in this last year or so. I mean, in 2024, I spent 6 months pretty much doing overtime, like stupid amount. So I disappeared for a while myself because I was doing a lot of work. Coming back this year, been in a few times, but you know, I say I wasn't around as much this year either. A couple of things for that, but I mean, I had struggles earlier in the year with a few things. I got myself back into a good place, and then it was just when I had a bit more distance. And obviously, hindsight, I wish I was around more. Obviously, I mean, sure, but for certain, I can agree with that sentiment. You know, I mean, the title of this is, you know, Our Fallen Brother in Arms. That's obviously the indication of, you know, to my fellow speedrunner. But he was effectively my brother. He's my twin. As far as I've ever seen it, in a number of aspects. I've already spoken about family multiple times here, in regards to the way we were, because we were family. Which Trent also knows as well, because luckily he wasn't at that meeting, because you missed the part of it where I actually said something nice about you. And I'll repeat the same again. As I Trent's my brother-in-law, as far as I'm concerned. That's another person who is family to me. So it would have been nice if I was around more in this last part. But for the last few times I did, the last thing we kind of did that we all did together, we attempted a couple of Link to the Past cross randos. I say something that me and Trent was mainly doing, and come back in, and I was starting to do rando again for a little bit. I convinced him with very little effort to come join me, and we was doing some co-op stuff, and Nori chose to join us. Exactly. There's no change in that. So as I haven't joined us on both of them, it was unfortunate. I say we did drop out in both. I'm not too. Looking back at it now, I'm not too sure if it was just a case of it's just been a long time. I don't know if his mind was okay. As a game I've already mentioned, I believe his mind struggled at times with certain things, and I don't know if it probably had something to do with that as well. But at least, even if it was brief, got to game a little bit together again. At least one more time before whatever's happened, because I still don't really want to say it out loud, because I don't know. So, other than that, yeah. Even going into the final sighting, shall we call it. On that weekend, the last time he was seen was on the Sunday. But I also believe Trent was in there hanging out. And unfortunately for me, I decided because that weekend Evo was on, Evolution Fighting Game Tournament, and I was quiet throughout most of the sessions. Well, throughout that weekend. That when we got to Sunday, it was finals day, and I was going to be on there all day. I kind of just thought, I won't disturb them with this. I'm just going to be quiet as all hell. I'll just watch. I'll watch it for myself, and then Monday, Tuesday, some point next week, see them in the call. I'll come join them. And go carry on back with some cross rando or just speak bullshit as always. Little did I know that was literally the last opportunity I could have actually had to actually be around him. And okay, now the tears are coming to shit. Thank fuck, that's not a camera. Alright, that's just me throwing the jokes out, but little did I know that was literally going to be the last chance I could have actually had. Do just chill, speak bullshit, hang out, whatever. Let him know how much he meant. I don't want to know how you. I'm not even sure how you felt. As you say, it felt surreal. I'd imagine it was a following where it didn't seem like nothing was. There was no issue. Everything was fine. And life is a piece of shit. But yeah, unfortunately, that's just how life wants to be. But literally, it's not even just the Sunday, but the fact that literally that entire last weekend I barely spoke because I was in the middle of something, which normally that would be okay, but that wouldn't be too bad because it'd always be just other times. But now, just looking back at it, I didn't get an opportunity. Didn't really get that opportunity to really have that real last session. That last session of just. Hindsight is 2020, as I say, but no, I know. And don't worry, I'm not. This isn't a case of blame or anything like that. There's no blame going out. I mean, I know. I'm not saying that's what you're insinuating either, but it just sucks. It just sucks that the last, what would have, you could see into the future. I mean, if I was some fucking clairvoyant seeing into the future, and I knew that was going to be the last time I was ever going to be able to say anything to him, I'd have been there, and I don't know what would have happened at that point. I'd probably just spoke bullshit all the time again, because that's like what we do. I'd probably have some sentimental things, but it wouldn't have been the same if it was just the way I was. But it's just, you can't do much about that. And as I say, none of us can really see into the future, so it's just a shame, at least for me, and from my feeling of it, it's just, that's how much he meant to me, that just wish I could have that one last time. Just to tell him to personally what he meant. Not just to me. Not just to the speedrun community, even just to all of us. How much he fucking really meant to every single one of us. And I know straight away he would have just said, "You're full of shit, Turkey." Because he never believed in himself. It will always be cherished. Make no mistake on that. That's just, unfortunately, you can't look into the future. It's never going to be a thing, and obviously it can just happen. And as a sad little metaphor, or I say metaphor, I don't really know what the right word will be. Just like how I can control the scenario where Rotti's stuck forever. It's a shame I can't do the same for him to be stuck with us. Of course, no one can. The point of this stream was always meant to be a dedication, a memory, a sign of respect. Some people may forget sometimes in speedrunning, and it's happened before, people who are maybe more popular or maybe be higher up on the boards, anything like that, and I'm not trying to sound cocky here because that's not the point of this. Some people seem to forget that that doesn't make you exclusive in a kind of club, or it should never do. What always mattered to me first and foremost is what we can do for the run. And obviously that's something I wouldn't have experienced if not given the opportunity by Scorf to join his channel or come onto his stream to even be able to show what I could do with this. Because before then it was 5 years of ILs, some single segment runs that I just did on my own time in my living room, and it was just a thing I did on the side. And obviously back then it was just for the fun of the run. It became so much more when you actually get to be a part of something bigger than that. But it's always been that, and for those who've known me from the start, whether you believe me or not based on my track record, it's never been about having the record. If I can get the record, I'm proud of that kind of achievement, but it's never been about obtaining it. I've never strived to be number one of anything. I just strive to be the best that I can be. And when you've got great fellow runners with that kind of support by your side, even though, I mean, back in that time, Nori's times were quite different to mine. He didn't see someone who can be number one. He just saw someone that he could share in this love of speedrunning with and connected with. And that's something that I will never forget and never let go of. It's because of people like him that I was able to be better at what I can do. And that's even in moments like Cyber Shadow where I almost quit speedrunning because I started to overthink and let me trying to be better than I could be when I should never have done that. People like him is what got me back to where I should have been to begin with, and now I just do runs. And that's never going to be replicated by someone else, I don't think. Not to that degree, but that maybe that's just blinded by the fact that we started together. Kind of, that's kind of a bond that kind of sticks with you for life. So I don't do this normally, but I mean, I've got the tears out now at least, so it probably won't trigger again, but it's going to feel weird. But if I talk directly to him now, I'll try. Weird way to put it, but as I've said to you all, Nori, you've been the best of us. You would have never seen it. You never would agree to it. But then again, I would never agree to your agreement. And you would disagree with my disagreement, and that disagreement would be here forever until we fucking be asked and gone for a pint. Your influences can't be matched. And I know some of this is going to sound generic, but I truly believed that he was the best of us all. As Ron may not have had the best times overall, but he was the best representation of what I truly believe a speedrunner should be and what a person could be. He was up there as one of the pinnacles of that. One day we'll cross again. And I'm coming to whoop your ass at fucking Pirate's Curse. So you better be prepared, my man. Unfortunately, I always told you had more time on your hands to be able to put into this shit. I would shit my pants at racing you. Now you got all the time you need, buddy. So by the time I get there, I expect you to put me to shame. We'll keep this speedrun life going one way or another for now. But it's going to be so fucking weird not having you there for fucking Risky's Revolution. Okay, there's more tears coming. Fuck. Oh, boys, it's just going to be so fucking weird. I mean, it was slightly weird with this one, but it's just going to be weird putting the time into a Shantae game and not having you there to bounce off of. You deserve your rest now. Oh, I know he would. Oh, I know he would. And I'm not even joking when I say that. He would have whooped my ass. If he had the time, he would have whooped my ass. I mean, for fuck's sake, even without the time, he still got a mid 41 in any percent how to bounce. Fuck. he got to that with a 60-hour fucking job. Imagine if he had my job schedule. Fuck. Probably have a sub 40. If the RNG would let it. I think that's probably the best I can do for you now. I hope if one day, if you could ever define this video, that you'd finally understand how much you meant. Take it easy, buddy. Take it easy. And on that note, I already mentioned it once earlier, but that was in case I forgot now. To every single one of you in here, from the start of this stream to now, whether or not you share your memories or your impressions, your experiences in regards to him, thank you for being here. Thank you for sharing it. It's always nice to know that people did care about someone as much as I did. In whatever way that impact was. For those who have been around from the very beginning with me, well, thank you for standing by me for this entire time. As well as him, because we started off at the same time, so that kind of makes sense. It's made these last 10 years of speedrunning much longer than I ever thought I would ever put into any game, let alone a series. But thanks to people like Nori, as well as you all. And I'm not a soppy git normally, but this has meant everything to me. I will continue for however long I can. I have said before, even when he was around, that Risky's Revolution could be the last speed game I do within Shantae, and probably at all anyway. So if this is my final game, it's not because he's no longer here. I want that to be clear, that he is not the one who's stopping me, if that time comes. But if it does come at that point, I have no idea what else I was going to say. The words just day come at that point, but whatever happens, happens at this point. I know I'm going into Revolution, because he's got to have to look from up above and go, you still suck casually. Because he has to. I promised him a show of that game, and I intend to stick with it. And I'll do the best I can with it. Even if it turns out I don't like the game enough to speedrun it myself, I will see what I can do to optimize it to the best of my abilities. Just keep him in your hearts. It's all I can ever ask, and I don't even need to ask that. I know you all will. And finally, to my Discord family, I'll put it that way, but just to make clear that you know which family I'm talking about, but to my family, you all know who you are. I've already named you many times through this stream, so I won't bore you all by repeating it constantly. You've all been just as big a part and an influence for me as Nori was. I could never pay any of you back for that. Just do me a favour and don't leave anytime soon. And this is probably going to be the only time I'm going to be soppy in life again if I can help it. That's obviously not going to happen, but still. Thank you for everything. Now go rest, Nori, man. We'll see you sometime. Thank you all. And as I always end the stream, hope you enjoyed yourself. Take care. I'll catch you next time. Thank you, everyone, for sharing in Nori's memory with me on this day. Good night.